Painkiller already, episode 520 with our guest Matt Farah of Smoking Tire. Taylor?
This episode of PKA is brought to you by Postmates and Smartmouth. A couple of sponsors you guys are all familiar with. We'll talk more about them later. Matt, thank you so much for joining us again. It's been a couple of years, I think.
Thank you, boys, for having me. It is a pleasure coming back again.
I was going to say hot minute, and I stopped myself. What
are there like meme words I can't say? Because you should just tell me now.
We use the meanest. I have watched your section talking about watches with Joe Rogan 6 times now. I
don't know if I told you like the last time I was on your show that the first time I talked about watches with Joe Rogan and we started talking about Grand Seikos and stuff, I got a letter from the CEO of Grand Seiko thanking me for like promoting their business in America. Like the Joe Rogan bump is very real.
I imagine.
It's a very real bump.
There's something interesting about watching a guy talk about his interests. You know, if he's truly a subject matter expert, he could talk about games, television, watches. I don't have a big interest in watches day to day, but I've watched you talk about it for hours now because it's cool.
Well, look, if you're into machines, whether it's cars and planes or guns or factories or even computers, you know, it's artistry combining with engineering. And so a lot of the things that people like about cars and motorcycles and planes and guns and jewelry it all applies, you know. Plus, a lot of guys don't like to admit this, but I'm okay with it. It's cool to want a trophy, and a watch is a good trophy. We don't get to like, you and I can't walk around with like big diamond earrings and be taken seriously to express a level of trophiness. but you can walk around with a $20,000 or $30,000 watch, and you know, people don't really look at you sideways.
Well, I don't know how many people recognize that trophy. Like, I think I would.
Very few.
Yeah,
Very
yeah.
few.
I
will tell you this: way more people notice me and my hoop earrings than your watch. If we're talking about a trophy.
No, I think if you're talking about trophies, more people would probably notice like sneakers. Like if you had some sick Jordans that were hard to find or something, more people would probably notice that than a watch. A watch, if you really want to get noticed, you got to go with the staples, and you got to go. It's all about brand. If you really want to get noticed by like not watch people, which are, you know, I don't gold Rolex. That's how you get.
That's the one. Right?
You get people to watch.
That's the one I would know. If you had I can't even name another high end watch. Like
I have a watch.
One with
it's
an
called
M.
Not to brag. But it's called an Audemars Piguet, and it's shaped like an octagon. It's not round, you know, and it's quite expensive, and there are not really a lot of them around. But it doesn't. If you don't know watches, nobody. I mean, I wear it all the time. Nobody ever says anything. I mean, no one ever looks at it twice. But like, if you are, I have owned a gold Rolex before for like a month. I got rid of it. I was like, this is not me. And people will just be like, nice to meet you. What the? And they'll just be like Marcellus Wallace's briefcase, you know, down at your wrist.
It's like you've got really good cleavage and you're catching them all the time. Like, come on.
If you want to meet women in their 40s at Mastro's Ocean Club, you wear a gold Submariner and sit at the bar with an open collar, and you are good to go.
I remember when I was like 12, I got a crappy Fossil watch for my birthday from some uncle or something. And because like in my head, I was like, watches, that's what grown-ups wear. I was like, I have to be really serious about this. Like, this is a responsibility. It's a piece of shit, like 25. I remember like jumping into the pool with it and getting out and being like, oh my God, my Fossil watch, and like taking it off and like drying it. And then
you still have it? I bet we're right. It's far enough. Time has passed that it's probably moving into ironic cool at this point.
About to be disintegrated somewhere by now.
What's on your wrist right now, Matt?
This is a cool one, man. This one is a watch called a Weiss. This is called a Weiss American issue field watch. And what makes this watch extremely cool is that my friend Cameron Weiss made it. He is a watchmaker. Wow. He's a young guy in his 30s. And he started this company, Weiss Watch Company in California. And he doesn't just make the watch. He designs and manufactures the movement and all of the parts in the movement. So this watch is 100% made in LA. All of the parts are made in California for this watch. And this particular one is very special because it's a paint to sample Bugatti French Racing Blue dial. And it's the only one he ever made with this color. It's for me. So if you look on the back, you can just see the number 1. It just says 1. And so these are really, really cool.
One of one, so that people know.
I kind of complained about that. and I was like, what the fuck, bro? And he was like, never say never. You know what I'm saying? Like, why shut the door on yourself? You know?
Well, I hope he's prepared for the influx of customers. There may be half dozens of people contacting him.
I really, really recommend people buy. I mean, you know, you cannot get more patriotic than buying really, really artisan crafts designed and made in America. So you should.
Can you say the name again? I want to Google it. What?
Weiss
W-E-I-S-S?
Watch Company. W-E-I-S-S. And I believe it's just weisswatchcompany.com. And their watches are like $1,800 to $4,000.
How long does it take him to build a watch?
Like in hours? I think it's probably like 30 hours or something.
So he's the guy sitting there with the light and the thing.
Yeah.
So cool.
And he has like 1 or 2 assistants at this point that do some of the other assembly, and he has one guy who runs the CNC machines because he owns 2 CNC machines. Yo, they CNC like the smallest little cog wheels. They're measured in like microns. I mean, it's the smallest shit. It's so cool, that stuff. I can't. I love when people can like make things, like make this from scratch. The what?
The machine you're talking about that makes that? What is that?
A CNC machine?
CNC, yeah.
Yeah, like it's like a big mill, like a computer controlled thing that mills out little parts. So you like program in a code, and it stick in a block of metal, and it goes and out comes a part.
I'm sorry, Taylor. You know what a drill press is?
Mm-hmm.
Right, where the bit comes down. This is like a motorized bit that can travel around. So you could, you know, your Apple laptop.
It's like a reverse 3D printer.
Yeah, that's pretty good, actually.
Actually, yes, it's a 3D subtractor. Exactly what it is. Yes.
And it's sort of omnidirectional, so it can come at a piece of stock,
and it has multiple different bits.
Angle.
So it can take out different bits and change and does a sanding thing, and then another bit, and it's fair. They're fucking badass.
It used to be like $1 million, but
they're still $1 million.
Are they?
Well, they're all over it's become like woodworkers buy them now, and it's not an abnormal tool for a hobbyist woodworker to have. And those would cost like $5 or $7 grand. So it's a big investment, but it
depends on what they do, right? So like one that's like the size of a bar fridge, you know, that could work on objects, you know, the size of a softball, right? Something like that is what you're talking about, like 10 grand, right? If you want one that is big enough to do metal and that can make, let's call it wheels, like forged wheels for cars, like HRE Wheels in Vista, California makes probably the best aftermarket wheels in the world. They're very, very well made, very well engineered, and very expensive. And they have these giant things, and they literally put in like an enormous cylinder of forged aluminum, and it cuts them out. And it takes, 6 hours or whatever to cut them out. It's really crazy. So one of those, or one like Cameron Weiss has, which can make the tiny little parts. Those are still the really expensive ones.
In woodworking, I imagine the tolerances aren't quite as tight as anything like watchmaking.
Yeah.
You can get one that does 4x4 sheets, and it's efficient. So if your cuts have to go all the way across the sheet, there are only so many clever ways you can maximize. You're going to have more scrap. On the other hand, if you're coming in from the top and every cut is exactly where you want it to be, and your scrap looks like, you buy a paper of stickers and there's all the weird, they really maximize how much. When your scrap doesn't have to be straight lines that go all the way across the wood, it's much more efficient. Doesn't matter for a hobbyist, but it's cool.
So in terms of the craft of old school watchmaking, traditional watchmaking, a CNC machine is pretty much the most advanced piece of equipment you could have and still be called traditional watchmaking, right? There's this new dude who I interviewed, and he was out of his fucking mind. And his company is called Barrel Hand Watches, and he's got a new company, and he's using additive manufacturing, better known as 3D printing. So his watch is insane, and it's made using parts that, because they're 3D printed, they couldn't exist. You couldn't physically mill that with a CNC machine the way that you can 3D print or manufacture in an additive way. And so for this guy's first watch he's ever made is like $30,000, and it's just so crazy looking. It looks like a space communicator, and so they're doing some crazy stuff. And material science is very strong in watchmaking as well.
Watches are interesting. So I'm really out of my depth here, but it's like they've solved the timekeeping problem a while back. Now it's this like Rube Goldberg machine, a more complicated way to solve it. Odd ways how can we solve this with a little more flair, a little more artisan?
Yes, it's complexity for complexity's sake. And that is where it starts to get really, really fun and crazy. There's people that there's a thing called a tourbillon, which, okay, we're going to go into the weeds a little bit here, but a watch has a mainspring, which is where its energy is stored, the fuel tank, right? And that mainspring slowly unwinds in a controlled way. And the unwinding is done through something called the escapement. In the watch, if you were talking about a car, the mainspring would be an engine, the escapement would be the transmission, telling you how much power to put to the ground from an engine that's spinning at a constant speed, right? Mm-hmm. And so in wristwatches, because you're moving your wrist around all the time, it doesn't matter so much that this spring is this flat coil susceptible to gravity. But back in the day, pocket watches were always kind of in your pocket like this. So if you've got a spring that's a coil spring, it's going to sag over time. So they developed something called a tourbillon. A tourbillon is a cage like Tommy Lee's drum set that spins the thing around to evenly distribute gravitational force around this spring, right? Are you following? Am I too far in the woods here? Okay, now they have a new one, another thing called a flying tourbillon, which is like, them things where the gravitrons, where you go in this and spin around. So it's one of those for the hairspring. So now it's not just spinning like this, it's spinning on 4 axes like this. And there are watches that, for pure complexity's sake,
to solve a problem we don't have.
It's a problem you don't have.
What time is it? Do you have 14 minutes for me to tell you how I got the time?
It's so funny. My good friend, Chef Carl Ruiz, may he rest in peace, would call these types of watches lecturer's watches because you'd have to explain them to everybody. But they now have watches that have multiple flying tourbillons, which do nothing. So imagine if this watch were a car, it would have okay. And this is a watch that ultimately tells time. It has two fucking hands on it, maybe 3. So these tourbillons, they're spinning like this, like just big flashy spinning titties, right? There's 2, sometimes even 3, maybe 4 of these things. Imagine your car had 1 engine, 4 transmissions, but was 1-wheel drive. So imagine the power went out 4 ways and then came back together to 1 out drive. And why would you do that? And the guy went, look at the thing I did though. And you go, well, that doesn't improve the performance at all. In fact, it really just makes it more complicated. And he goes, it is more complicated. That's why it costs 10 times as much as the one that you're wearing. And you go, well, that seems awfully needless. And he goes, exactly. And that's how the watch industry works. There's other like useful complications. Like I had a watch called a perpetual calendar, which is just a crazy math machine. And that will do the time, the date, the day, the month, the year, 4 digits. It knows it knows how many days are in each month. It knows when all the leap years are. And it also had a fuel gauge, so it could tell you how much power it had remaining. And that watch, if you kept it running, would only have to be adjusted once every 400 years.
Thank God, because
Wow.
whenever I set
really-
like the date on my watch and it only goes forward, that makes me crazy. If it
Yeah.
kept track of 10,000 years,
Everything.
how long would it take me to go all
You know
the way
what's so
around
G-
again?
Yeah, I have that same watch. It also does that.
Yeah.
Just Google Calendar
No,
as well.
this thing-
get the sun.
But imagine something that was this big, but it had 900 pieces inside of it that mathematically could calculate all that shit. It's really, really neat. I mean, that watch came with, because it's a 4-digit year, right? So it said 2019 when I had it, right? 2019. And the year, go up every year, right? Blah, blah, blah. Well, it came with a replacement first 2 digits. So it came with a 22. So in the year 2199, you would take it to an IWC store and they'd replace the first 2 digits of the year with the 2200.
Wow.
Ridiculous.
Needless.
Totally stupid. And here's the problem. You know why I don't have it anymore? Because if I wasn't wearing it all the time, I had to keep it on a watch winder to keep it going. If it stops, then setting all that shit correctly again is a fucking nightmare. You have to take it to a shop basically to get it set. So you have to keep it going. So you have to keep it on a watch winder. But that means you can't keep it in the safe with the rest of the watches. So now you've got this ridiculously expensive watch just spinning around on your nightstand. It's literally the first thing that any potential thief would steal.
Yeah.
And put a light on it too.
and they know this.
You
And
even
so
appreciate all the mechanisms. And
it's like a disco ball. And so it just was so stressful.
this watch sucks. It's only going to be fine for 200 more years.
At first, I was like, I'm going to keep this thing going, and it's the mission. Yeah, this will be a fun game. And then I'm like, someone's going to steal this thing.
How much does it cost?
It was like 25 grand.
Oh, my
A
God.
lot.
It was expensive.
There's
It was
no room in the
expensive.
safe for a watch winder?
There's no what?
Yeah,
There's
how
no
come your
room in
safe
the
doesn't
safe
have
for a
watch
watch
winder?
winder?
Well, no, they're kind of big, and you have to get power in there too. So most safes don't have a way to get. I don't know about most, but certainly the one I have doesn't have a hole for power. And
I
if you
drilled
were
a hole
to
in the
drill one, did you drill a hole in the back? You did? Really?
Yeah.
What do you have charging in the safe that you needed power for?
You put a video recording DVR in there. So if you've got surveillance.
Oh, that's
into
cool. That's smart. That may I wonder if that negates the fireproofness.
Only
of it,
slightly.
though.
It's an 1/8 drill bit.
It's not. You know what? I think it's a good plan. I'm going to
They'll
consider
probably be
that.
wearing a mask if they made it that far, right?
I'm going to consider that, but I've already sold the watch. So
I think it was a
But
federal
don't you
regulation,
agree
right?
with that?
Like,
No.
am
You
I
don't
wrong?
think the guy robbing your
Yeah.
house is going to have a mask if he makes it all the way to the safe?
he certainly is in 2020. He needs a mask to go in the fucking anywhere. 2020. If you don't,
No,
if
that's
you're
a
not
good
wearing
point.
a mask while doing crimes in 2020, you have really lost the plot.
Not only are you dumb, you're just inconsiderate.
you have taken none of the advantages that life and circumstance have given
You'll
you.
see somebody like looting a Best Buy in video, and it's like, you're the only guy without a mask. Like, do you not look
I mean,
around and be like,
yeah.
at least give him a little bit of facial coverage so that the security camera.
Like, bro, like, all right, take the TV, but just don't cough on me, bro.
Yeah.
You
You
know,
get mad
it's
at a guy for breaking into your house because he's
Yeah.
not wearing a mask.
oh my
Like,
god,
this
imagine
is
a
all just stuff.
lawsuit.
Are you trying to kill
Imagine
me?
a lawsuit, right? Guy breaks into your house and gives you COVID, and you sue. He somehow he breaks into your house. You're quarantined, and you give him COVID, and he sues you somehow.
That's the word.
America.
You can't prove it. No, after he says that after your attempt at robbery was foiled, that you held him down and spit in his mouth, saying, "Take COVID." You said,
The other day, dude,
You can't prove that.
in LA, the masks are really helping the A-listers because they can go shopping at fucking Whole Foods now and not get bothered. But like the B and C listers that just lived for getting recognized at the grocery store, they're fucked. They can't. Nobody's saying what's up anymore.
Michael Jackson was way ahead of his time. He always had that mask.
He was going, but when you're the only one, it really becomes. You're
Yeah,
the
when
first
you're the-
one through that door.
Yeah, you don't want to storm that beach. Yeah.
Michael Jackson managed not to have famous kids. The guy,
Except his daughter's
Those
got,
aren't his
got a hot
kids.
new single out. I listen to
really?
Sirius. I listen to satellite radio because I drive these, new test cars for my gig, and they've always got satellite radio. And Paris Jackson has a new single called "Let Down," I believe, and they're playing the shit out of it on satellite radio right now. I saw her at the Casa del Mar Hotel, and I believe this was the night she was going to her senior prom. So I don't want to seem like too much of a creep but when I say this, but that girl was so incredibly, strikingly beautiful. You could see her eyes from like 50 feet away, just like the brightest blue eyes. She was really, really stunning.
Did Michael Jackson impregnate her mom after he turned white?
Oh, looking at her picture,
I don't know.
The
yes.
only way this makes any sense.
Michael Jackson never impregnated anyone.
I'm going to go with that theory as well. I think that's.
What
I
an
think.
idiot I am for being like, what could be the explanation? Yes, black skips a generation.
She
Skips
actually,
into it like twins.
you know that Debbie Rowe woman that's her mom. She actually kind of looks like a younger. Like you could there's definitely familiarity there. That's definitely her real mom for sure.
Yeah, I don't think
She
Michael
is
Jackson's
super
capable of
pretty.
having children.
And
very
did
white.
she have a nose job? Her nose is just like Michael Jackson's new nose.
Well, which one? He's had a lot.
Yeah, special
I
gene
feel like his
therapy.
last nose is the nose that she inherited somehow. Like I'm going.
That's what I thought about the skin.
I mean, she's in Hollywood, bro.
Casket,
You
put it
know
on.
that shit might not be natural. They give them shits out for Sweet 16 presents around here. You know, where I was from, they did too. I'm like, I'm Jewish, and I went to a very Jewy private school, and so the nose job was a very popular Sweet 16 present.
Is
Really, a lot of
16, can you be
16-year-olds
younger?
Ryan
It seems like 16 is a pretty good age if you want to get it. Like you wouldn't get it done at 12 when you're still changing.
Right. Well, 12 would be very creepy. 16
You're not going to be a very
seems young
hot
to me.
14-year-old if you don't get that schnoz fixed.
Well, what if you go because the nose isn't done growing? You got to wait.
At 16,
That's what I'm saying.
I would
16
say
is
you
a
nip it in the
full-
bud.
Full
Taylor-
size schnoz.
as a girl, don't you think it probably would be done? Like girls are kind of done growing at 16.
Yeah, you're probably right. You could probably start shaving off bone and doing whatever, adding more, whatever needs to be done.
Yeah, look,
Just re-
Taylor, I don't.
Remove ribs.
We
It's
need
all
some
just all
hot
that hot mix of money
17-year-olds here,
right
right?
in the
Like
nose.
these. I was gonna get pretty creepy, but yeah,
This
yeah.
conversation has gone off the rails.
Stop.
Someone fucking put
Stop.
the brakes.
I wanted to add, so I'm thinking about buying a car next year, and I wanted to.
Yeah, cars.
I like so I like the Cybertruck. I'm thinking about getting a Cybertruck. I that's what I wanted to see. I wanted to see your reaction, whether it was that or it was, oh yeah, and I think I got my answer already. So
you need that cyber.
so if it's not the Cybertruck, here are my other like thoughts. Like
Yeah.
probably a high end Camaro or Mustang.
Okay. Okay. Look, my recommendation is to start with a vehicle that is based in reality, Earth.
Okay.
I would not start with a fantasy movie prop that is not actually a real vehicle that can be built. So while I have no problem with the cars that Tesla builds and sells and that you can show up and buy and drive, I've driven them all. I think they all are fun in their own way. I think they make EVs cool and they look good and they do most of what they're advertised, with the exception of full self-driving, which of course is nowhere near that. But I don't believe that the Cybertruck can be built as it looks in the concept phase. Certainly not if it is going to be sold in Europe, and if he really thinks he's going to build a new vehicle from scratch and not sell it globally, he's an idiot.
You know they shrunk it a little bit. Did you hear that?
Look, I think he operates that company by, here's a fucking crazy idea. Now engineers go figure out how to make crazy idea work.
Steve Jobs style. Yeah.
Occasionally those ideas are fun and whimsical and yield fun cars. And I think, but those ideas are what drive the hype of Tesla and the sale of stock, which is really the sale of stock and not the sale of cars is why Tesla is valued where it is. Okay. And so unfortunately their hype machine needs to keep going. And so I don't believe, and maybe I'll be wrong, but I've said it a bunch of places, but I don't believe that the movie prop Cybertruck you saw on stage that he smashed the fucking window with, which is one of the greatest videos of all time. I don't think what you would see if they do make a pickup truck, and call it Cybertruck, it's not really going to look anything like that. And so I would take a very wait and see approach, and I would not plan any car buying decisions based on availability of that vehicle.
So why do you think the Cybertruck won't be made?
There's a reason that cars don't really look like that right now, and the reason is typically is regulatory.
Part of it is just consumer resistance, right?
Consumer resistance. Well, first off, you can't build a car that's an exoskeleton like that, where the whole body is just because of how
unibody cars, though, right? Like
there's unibody. No, unibody is different. He's not talking about unibody. He's talking about where the body is the structure. And it's not. It will not meet, first off, the Euro pedestrian standards at all, which are much stricter than US's. But I don't think it'll meet the US's either. If it did, the only way it would is if you called it a certain class level of commercial truck. Which, okay, maybe they'll do that, but wouldn't it be kind of fucked up for this company that's sort of preaching environmentalism and sort of the moral authority to build something that was intentionally heavier to skirt a pedestrian safety regulation? Like, to me, that's like real grimy. And I just think, and again, I may be proven wrong, I don't know everything there is to know about car design. I don't know everything there is to know about engineering. Far from it. But I know a bunch of car designers. And I know a bunch of engineers. And they're all like, nah. and they don't actually have to build it the way they showed it for it to do what it had to do. What it had to do was get a bunch of people excited enough to put down a very low deposit amount so that they could turn around and go to big banks and go, we have a new product with 200,000 pre-orders. Mm-hmm. Now give us $1 billion. And that's what they did. And that giant loan, and I don't know the exact amount, but it's an enormous amount of money in the 9 figures. That loan is not contingent or that money is not contingent on building the exact Cybertruck they showed on stage. So they could backwalk that and change anything and build a fairly normal looking vehicle at the end of the day. And they still got their money. They still got their valuation.
Is that, like, if you had to guess, is that what you might think? Is that it is going to end up being a really way more traditional looking truck? Maybe the front's a little more angled, but it's like a Ford on the back.
Yeah. I mean, I think that ultimately if they end up making a pickup truck of some kind, that it will look a lot ultimately like that Rivian R1T pickup truck, which has a little more.
I don't like the look of that.
I don't like certain elements of it, but I think a pickup truck has got to be a fucking pickup truck. There's only so many people that in reality really want to drive a Total Recall movie prop.
I do so bad.
Elon's only seen 2 movies, Total Recall and Spaceballs. These are the only 2 movies he's ever seen.
I fucking love Total Recall. Those calico machine guns they're running around with on Mars. Everything about Total Recall, I fucking love it. I bought a calico machine gun just because they used them in Total Recall.
So
that's awesome.
All right, I want to talk about the Rivian for a second. We skirt right past that. That truck is cool, and I like what they did.
It is cool.
So electric trucks aren't great at some truck things. If you're a landscaping company and you're pulling a trailer with you everywhere you go, and the thing is completely wind resistant, I guess, the opposite of aerodynamic. So it's got that big tailgate that drags through the air everywhere. The electric truck's probably not the best truck for that job. It's got a lot of weight.
Towing in EVs is bad.
Right. But if you have a truck for some other reason, because you take your mountain bike to the trails all the time, because I have a paramotor, that's an uncommon use case, because you like kayaking or whatever, the Rivian is so perfect for you. These light, large loads, if you're a camper, and Rivian doesn't seem to be pretending that 18 years from now it'll be a clapped out landscaping truck. They're like, no. You're an engineer who plays trail enthusiast on the weekends. Do I have the car for you? And it's perfect for that. And I like that they didn't pretend they were something else, a diesel replacement.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
no,
it's
a light used truck. Huh?
Do you like the way these look? Like, I'm just looking at the gallery because I wasn't familiar
that's
with
the problem.
Rivian.
Like all I care about,
especially
is
from the side, it looks just ridiculous.
Oh, it looks awful. That to me looks like a Tacoma on the side from like several years ago. And the front, it looks like
an electric Razor.
It looks like one of those European cars that you don't even know the name of, like with the headlights. You're like, what is that? Oh, it's Pugat Moopy Poo.
Yeah, that's the Alfa Romeo. Who gives a fuck?
I know exactly what you're talking about. You're talking about like a Fiat Multipla or something.
Like something they don't have here.
It's got like 4 small seats, and it's like
super
British
fraud
family
looking.
of 9.
It's made for those narrow ass European roads that it just has no use
and those narrow
here.
ass European people.
Yeah, exactly that too. All right, I want to marry.
No, look, I'm not. I don't need to
large
defend,
man.
Yeah,
I
so
don't know. If you don't like how the
7,
Rivian looks, whatever. You don't like how it looks. What can I do? What can I tell you? But I think it's real. The one you can buy. I don't know if you can buy it just yet, but I think pretty soon. I don't know what they're doing with their dealer network. Starting a car company is very, very hard. Okay, and I don't think everything that Tesla does has been bad or wrong. I think one of the reasons they've been so successful during the pandemic is you fucking buy their shit on a website, like everything else. Like everything online ordering is amazing.
Mm-hmm.
And so why should buying a car be different? And that is very appealing to a lot of people. I don't think the rest of the car making universe understands quite how much everyone hates their dealers. And so eliminating dealers is really appealing to the general consumer. And also, if you're not that into cars, a Tesla as an extension of your cell phone, I totally get it. I absolutely get it.
We had another car person on. What's his name?
Vin
Thank you, Vin Wiki. You live in the same circles as
Ed Bolian. I just saw him last week. I just did some stories for him on his show.
He's a good guy.
Oh, that's cool. Are they uploaded yet?
I fucking did like 12 of them in 4 or 5 hours. I gave myself a 10-hour layover in Atlanta to go do a bunch of them to promote my new show, which is called Sorted. It's a tuner car shootout. If you're interested in that kind of thing, old school magazine style tuner car shootout. It's on YouTube, but you can find all the episodes at sortedornot.com. New episodes every week. And so I went to go do some things. I did like 12 stories in 4 hours and then went back to the airport and flew home.
Super cool.
So what was Ed saying about what?
He called a Tesla as a car an appliance, right?
Yes,
and
it is.
Somehow that seemed really fitting. Appliances kind of just work, right? They're electric oftentimes. Many of them are just like the other ones.
Mm-hmm. And the best one is always the newest one. There's no nostalgia for an appliance. There's no emotional connection. No one really wants a 2013 Model 3. You know what I mean? They're not going to be collectible. I think they're lovely for what they are, but I think that they are among the world's first truly disposable cars.
Interesting.
Because it's like a PC or a phone. The best ones. Are you guys fucking gaming on Pentiums for fun? Like, nah, you're not. Like, there's no nostalgia for that shit. You're not like, yo, bro, I fucking ironically check out my iPhone 1 I'm using. Fucking fashion statement. No, like
if Apple reintroduced the iPhone 1, it would sell like hotcakes.
Well, as a case, yeah, but not as the
functionality. No. You gotta put the brains
mechanical
in the new
watches,
iPhone
records, old manual transmission cars. These are things you engage with, right? Mm-hmm. And you remember the way you engage with them sticks to you. And so you go back 20 years later and you get in that air-cooled car and you smell it and it vibrates in the same way and the shifter goes in the same way and it takes you back. But there's no you're not going to get on your power PC that you had in 1991 and go, man, I really, as it goes, dials up fucking Prodigy, and you're like, oh, it really takes me back. Shit doesn't work.
Mom, don't answer the phone.
Yeah.
All right, so you've mostly convinced me. Now, if Tesla does release the truck that looks like the truck that they showed, and it has the performance,
that would be fucking sick. I just really, my rational brain says to me that this is some hypey movie prop bullshit, and they'll walk it back. And I don't want you to base your car buying decision on that.
Yeah, I hear you. But you know, if it comes out and it looks like that and it performs like they say at the price point that they have at $50,000, if that thing is going 0 to 60 in 3.2 or whatever they said, it's like, all right,
it won't do all those things, by the way. Tesla's one of the things they do is they make all these claims. They go, it's going to do 0 to 60 in 2.5. It's going to go 400 miles. It's going to go this. It's going to cost 50 grand. What that means is a version of it will do 2.5. A version of it will do 400 miles. Mm-hmm. A version of it will have this whole special thing. A version of it will cost 50 grand.
Well, then they're just flat
but it won't be
lying.
One. Yes, that's what they do.
Well, because on their website, they
products.
have each version. They have each version's price point and then those stats listed for each price point separately.
I hope that's
I believe you. I'm not saying that it will do those things. I'm saying that if it does do those things, I'm sold. Because I want to wrap that thing in like it's a Halo fucking warthog with that like dark green. Put a wrap on that thing and just some black wheels, and that'll be my ride for a few years. But
look, I like Total Recall too, man. I want a Johnny Cab like fucking everybody
Johnny
else
Cab.
wants a Johnny Cab.
Schwarzenegger rips him out of the fucking socket. It's great.
Well, that's another thing is people. I like to talk to a lot of people on podcasts about what people perceive as the inevitable future of autonomous cars, as if that's just our predetermined future and we just are going to get there and have to get there. And it sort of justifies itself, right? It's like a manifest destiny kind of thing. But I always like to remind them that in the last 20 minutes of every fucking future movie, the same shit happens. Either the hero wrestles back control from an autonomous vehicle and gets it into self-drive, or they find some old car or motorcycle from the pre-AV area and they're like, freedom, and drive it out of building or some shit. Like the end of the movie is always... Awesome. They always reclaim the driving freedom, man. I want.
That was a terrible Star Trek movie.
Kyle's incorrect on this regard.
It was awful.
No.
So, all right.
The key to space problems is base jumping and motocross and skateboarding. And
the first one was good. The second two are.
I have to keep the core from melting down, but this car won't start without my COVID chip.
All right. So if it's not
extreme,
so if it's not the Cybertruck. I've been driving the same SS Camaro for 9 years now. It's time. I want to get a new one.
Do you like it? I mean, 9 years. You must like have liked it at least a little bit.
I love it. I still love it. There's nothing wrong with it. I've got 90,000 miles on it. It's never had an issue. It's still as fast as I want to go and need to go.
That's the time
legally.
to sell.
Yeah, probably
90,000 miles, never had an issue. Sell. It will never be a better time to sell. The closer you get to 100,000 miles, you should wait till wait till you see the cliff your car goes off in value the second it has a 6-digit mileage reading. I'm serious. 90 is a good time.
Forever though. I think I'll just keep it forever.
We do that.
Yeah. I don't have any interest in like getting $10,000 out of it.
What else?
Probably Camaro or Mustang. That's kind of like what I'm thinking. Like
oh, you're really expanding your horizons.
I mean, this is why I'm asking you if there's something else like like a $50,000 price point, like a higher end Camaro or Mustang.
Yeah. It seems like if you're keeping your old Camaro, your other car should have a different mission, right?
Fuck
it could be
I
passengers,
agree.
It could be trucks, it could like.
No, I'm good.
One can be your daily driver Camaro, and the other can be special occasion Camaro.
No, you don't need a back seat. You don't need any utility or anything like that. You're cool with a. All right. I mean, look, both the new Camaro and the new Mustangs are pretty nice. My advice, if you're going to get a Mustang, is find a way to get the Shelby and not a GT-based one. And the real reason I say that is the engine is very special, but also the transmission. The Shelby has a different transmission than the regular. First off, we're talking about a manual gearbox, right?
I'd honestly prefer an automatic. I don't need.
Oh, well, that eliminates Shelby. In that case, it doesn't matter because both the Camaro and the Mustang use the exact same automatic transmission, 10-speed automatic,
F-150
10
has
speeds.
it too.
Probably F-150 and Silverado and everything basically has it now. Yeah,
It must
I'm
be
in
good.
Atlanta right now, and like sometimes I'm in stop and go traffic, and I can just imagine just working a manual, and it's not appealing.
understandable, but it just means you can't get the Shelby unless you want to find a way to get 80 grand together and get a 500 because that's the best
If you're
muscle
gonna
car
have
ever.
sports cars, you could have an auto and a stick. Just tossing that out there.
No,
It's a good point. It's a very good point.
I'll give the old one to my dad or something and let him turn it into some sort of a weird Frankenstein car.
Okay.
Well, look, okay, for 50 grand, if you wanted something different that was very fun to drive and practical enough to use every day, and that was automatic, the Volkswagen Golf R is always great. It's really comfortable. It's really fast.
That is a low testosterone car. Maybe a cabriolet.
Not a problem?
Kyle? Like
Is there a problem? Does there
can I
need to be
interest you in a
testosterone in the car?
Volkswagen Bug, Kyle?
Bro, I
Do they
ride a
still make
Vespa every
PT
day.
Cruisers?
Vespas look fun.
I ride a fucking Vespa every day. It's the shit. I have no problem.
Yeah, I
with
still wear Heelys. Nobody's judging you.
it. You mean, if you were
Guess
in
who's,
Venice,
guess who's not laughing as I've got all my groceries looped up on the slight decline to the parking lot? guess who's not laughing?
micro mobility.
No one.
It's 2020. Dude, I'm buying Heelys. Oh my
Bro,
god.
if you were in Venice right now, if
I've
you were in
got
my
Heelys.
town rolling Heelys, people would be like, "Oh shit, where can I buy those now? You can buy those again? Where'd you get them?
They're in
Where'd
the
you get them? How
closet.
much?"
Damn, I think that Heelys guy had one of those watches with 10 counterbalancing mechanisms in it. Damn, that guy rocks. He's got glasses with no frames in it.
The Heelys guy probably cashed out. He probably does have one of those crazy watches. He probably cashed right out.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
Well, look, I mean,
What other cool
honestly, the new
cars?
Mustang and the new Camaro are great. I mean, I don't have a lot of $50,000 competition for those. You can go back to Challengers, but that's a really old car at this point. I'm driving the new BMW 4 Series. With the giant rabbit teeth. Have you seen that? The crazy new mouth on the 4 Series.
No.
If you really want to have a shocker, Google 2021 BMW 4 Series and look at the front end. It's really, it's really gnarly. But I mean, we only want brand new cars.
I'd be open to a used car. Like I don't know if there was a Vet a couple years old and that
I mean,
price range.
50,000 gets you a lot of Corvette. It really does. And you can get a bunch of Corvette. It gets you a pretty decent amount of Porsche if you're interested in Porsche.
Man, the maintenance on a Porsche. I don't want to be dealing with that.
Did you bring me coffee? Oh, thanks.
I'm looking at
man.
this 4 Series Beamer. It looks
Homie
like
brought
shit.
me fucking coffee. I'm doing a show. Is everything
Just,
kosher down there, bro? You cool? All right.
I must have
just
bad
pulled
taste.
the trigger. Just pulled the trigger on some $80 Heelys.
Did you actually just buy Heelys?
Yeah, that's gonna be
Oh.
fun.
Dude,
Good
when
for
we
you.
do
What
the
a
live
fucking
show,
G.
bring them. I'll bring my
Yeah.
Heelys.
I had to go to the 4th listing though because all of them were by size, and it was like small kid, big kid, and you have to find one for adults.
The last time I went online
Size up to
shopping
15.
while doing a live podcast, the fucking audience members kept buying shit, kept buying the shit. I was like, "Oh, look at this, gone! What the fuck?"
Dude, we should do a fan
Once-
meetup and have everyone who has them bring Heelys. It'd be
Everyone
fucking-
Sick.
be Taylor, me,
Are
and
any-
maybe
are any
So
of
go
someone.
ahead
you
and do
guys-
the sex club so you can all suck each other's cocks while you're at it.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, right.
Fucking
And guess
we'll
what?
do
If
it
you
in
don't
the
think I
back of
could
your
balance,
fucking Volkswagen.
I could
I
balance.
don't.
most
I'm
of
not
my
buying a
cock.
Volkswagen. He's the one that wants me to buy a Volkswagen. Like.
What's
No,
wrong with the
no,
Volkswagen?
I've
He was
assigned
talking
it to
about. Matt was talking about
Oh.
something speedy that was fun to drive.
You know what you got? How about this? How about lightly used because they just stopped making them, but 50 grand gets you all of it. A Chevy SS, like the sedan, the LS powered. It's the Corvette sedan.
I'm 35, not 55.
Or how about a Cadillac CTS-V?
How about like a
Slightly used
2000?
Cadillac
How about like
CTS-V?
a '98 town car?
I don't
You can
think. I
pretend-
think you
yeah.
guys. I think your age. I think your age stereotypes are a little off. I think we need. I think
I'm
you guys
looking
need to
for some-
recalibrate.
I'm looking for more of a car that a woman would want to get into. Than
Oh, get the fuck out of here!
Like a-
want to get into.
like a 22-year-old woman, not a
It's
55-year-old.
You're 22.
Oh, it's nice and high
Bro,
off the
if you
ground.
want
I don't
to,
have
I
to
mean,
do
get a
that.
Corvette. If you want to meet terrible trash women, you need a Corvette.
Clearly.
If you want to
The
meet 22
Corvette-
year olds, then go take the
Corvette.
heat.
All right,
ride.
settled then. Get a couple-year-old Corvette. That's it.
But I'm not gonna fuck around and be dead straight with you. If you really want to meet high quality women,
No.
you want
No, I know
a
you do
Vespa- a
around
Vespa.
here, but you're way off.
You want a Vespa? I'm serious. You are a fucking sexy Italian. You get a scarf and a leather jacket, and you roll a Vespa.
And a
You are a
knife.
classy gentleman. Classy gentleman. Or you get one of my off-road
it
Porsches,
is.
my Safari 911. When you have a Safari 911, you are a man of mystery, especially when it's like pink. I think you can probably see it.
Yeah, and the mystery is what kind of guy does he like to fuck?
Wall of cars outside my window.
You
my
do have a
Porsche
fucking wall of cars.
My Porsche is down there. And I have an
Wow.
my off-road Porsche. There's some good,
You have a
good stuff.
automobile vending machine in there.
Yeah,
You do.
it's like full-size Hot Wheels down there. Do you want to take a tour in a second?
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
All right,
Yeah.
in a second. Let me just have some more of my coffee because
Yeah,
I need
go
to
ahead,
make.
take your time.
I need.
Go for
I need some up to counterbalance. This.
The down. Yes.
Fair enough. Yeah,
Shout out to my sponsor, Tradecraft Farms, the official ganja of the Smoke Tire podcast. Fucking fire, son.
All new
These are these
smoke
new
source.
pens. They're fucking 94%. They're serious.
Ooh, that's an A.
Shout out to my probation officer who drug tested me last Tuesday.
That means you're good for
Right.
a while.
Good for a while.
Where are you guys at in the country again? I forget.
Atlanta.
Atlanta?
Raleigh.
All of you are Atlanta?
So I'm in St. Louis.
Raleigh.
St. Louis? Raleigh. Wow. Okay. Good. We got the southeast spread.
Yeah.
Yeah, the whole SEC area. Well, not
Yeah,
Woody,
pretty much.
really. But
We're better
Next
than the
time,
SEC. We win the championships.
Okay, we'll see. We'll see.
Next time people can see each other, we could do what's centralized there? Can we do like at like Buffalo
Colorado.
Trace in Kentucky?
Colorado's
Urban country?
centralized
Colorado's
place.
our central meeting point as soon as I'm off of my federal probation. I think that's the closest location to all of us.
Not because of the weed. Kyle's a snow bunny. Loves to ski.
That's what it is.
Colorado's the other. California is my favorite state currently. Colorado is my second favorite state.
Yeah, you can do pretty much everything in Colorado.
Yeah,
It's a
Colorado's
little
good.
too dry, but that's okay. Get
Good
a
state.
humidifier.
It's very, very fun. Very fun
Okay.
state.
A
Lots of
Too
opportunities.
Dry?
There.
You talking about alcohol or weather?
No,
No,
dry like
the air.
You get dry. Like your skin gets dry. Like even here,
Oh,
like it's that part of the season. Every year I'm like, this is the year I start using lotion. And it's like never. It always gets to the point that it's like you like grab a pen and your finger cracks and it's like, damn it, I lost the battle again. Next
dude,
year.
my
though.
fans,
I
my
can
fans were
relate
giving
to
me
that.
mad shit about ashy elbows.
Oh.
My fans were watching me drive, and they're like, I'm trying to watch this car review, but all I see is Matt's ashy elbows."
I've linked you so many times to what kind of lotion you should be using. And you
I literally bought some and I will forget. It's not part of my routine, so I don't think to put it on.
Yeah, you got
And
to
if
get
I
in the
ever
repertoire.
do, it's
well,
one of
these
those
Corvettes are pretty affordable after a couple of years.
Yeah. Corvettes,
I mean-
like right now, actually is a great time to get a. If you want a front-engined Corvette, now's a good time to get it because all the hype is on the new mid-engine Corvette. Which I mean, look, if you can, if you can, make the budget happen, the new Corvette is incredible. A really, really, really incredible car.
Yeah, I'm
And
not
you
going to buy a
could
six-figure
definitely. It's not six figures. A new Corvette is like $65,000, and you could definitely attract trashy women with it, especially young ones, because it does look, because it's mid-engine, more like a Ferrari or something.
Matt, is there a car that attracts even trashier women than the Corvette?
ice
Viper.
cream truck.
Viper.
A Viper.
Viper.
Yeah, I'm not dealing with a Viper. I've driven a Viper
100%.
before. The clutch was so goddamn stiff. I don't want to do
The
it. And it was
clutches are
burning,
really heavy.
and it was like burning my left leg the whole fucking time. Like the heat shielding on that pipe that's coming down
Yeah.
the side. It's like
What about
maybe
a
it was
Harley?
the one I was in.
Maybe a
It's a
Harley
finely engineered
Davidson?
machine.
Can we get trashier than a Viper? Maybe a motorcycle?
Yeah, if you want, but that's you're skewing old there. You're skewing older. We're young. You know what? I actually really thought about the vehicle. in my experience, now granted, I look like this, so in my experience, doesn't really matter what I'm driving. The women are not just flocking, right? But the vehicle I have driven, 2 vehicles, both from the same company, in which I have never in my entire life experienced a reaction from females, is Morgan. The Morgan 3-wheeler and the Morgan +4. When you drive one of those, not only are they both very fun to drive, they're both mildly crappy in terms of they break a lot and whatever. There's British and old designs. But when you drive one of those, you are like man of mystery. You are fun. You don't take yourself too seriously. They can't tell if the car's old or new, and it doesn't really matter. But you're not threatening. You've clearly got some money to waste on something as silly as this car.
I bet this car pairs nicely with a gold Submariner.
Something like that. Yeah.
I can't remember
Driving
that guy's
up
name.
women just tapping it on the side. Just
Morgans are fucking awesome, man. The Morgan +4 and the Morgan Aero and the Morgan 3-wheeler. If you really want a positive reaction from genuine positivity from women, they really want to talk to you about what this thing is and get in it and ride with you. A Morgan, for sure.
I've been in a 3-wheel Morgan. I can't
Isn't it
remember
awesome?
the guy's name. He owns like part of this club in New York called the Box.
Alex Roy. Yeah, of course you've been in Alex Roy's 3-wheeler. Yeah. He's my homie. He's my super homie. Yeah.
Just driving me around, giving me a tour of New York.
Him driving you around Manhattan too, right?
Oh, hauling so much ass, and it's so fucking loud. It sounds like a motorcycle, like a Harley.
It is. It's a Harley engine. It is a Harley engine. That's why. The best thing about a Morgan 3-wheeler, as you probably learned with Alex, is that the laws just don't apply to you at all.
Nope. Nope. I'm pretty sure we were supposed to be wearing helmets. Pretty sure.
Yeah.
We got pulled over by undercover NYPD, and he didn't even let them talk. He just gave them tickets to his next show. Like, it was bizarre. It was a fun night with that guy's a wild man.
Life is very interesting in a Morgan 3-wheeler.
How much is a Morgan 3-wheeler?
$50,000.
Yeah.
It's a weird price for a toy, right?
Yeah.
Like there are a lot of people in America who can swing a $50,000 toy. It's not a stupid amount of money, but it is a lot of money for a toy.
A lot of money for this.
Taylor, you could buy
Alex.
This. If this is what you really wanted, you could have this. Right. Yeah. But you could.
And also, this 3-wheeler, it looks like the kind of thing where like an airplane crashed 50 miles from where they need to be in the desert, and they had to cobble together a vehicle and make it there for the extraction point. That's what
a
this
really
like.
good description of that, actually.
And so I would get
and you know what? It drives like that too.
Yeah. it's a little rumbly on there.
No,
it's super rumbly.
It drives. I mean, seriously, it's like being fucking Baron von Munchausen, dude. It's
I'm looking at this. I could put this in the stable. I've got storage for this.
Fabulous.
I'm just not that kind of financial masochist who buys shit like this.
If you buy one that's used, that's had the shit kind of gone through, because they have what they call a heavy duty package, which basically Alex Roy invented by breaking his a dozen times, a dozen ways. So Alex has had like 3 Morgan 3-wheelers. He bent the chassis on one, because the problem with a Morgan 3-wheeler or any 3-wheeled vehicle is that you can't straddle anything. You hit the pothole with one of the 3. It's just a matter of which one. So that can have some disastrous results. On the other hand, it is a truly unique motoring experience, unavailable anywhere else at any price. And Alex and I call it the best 4th car ever, because if you got a regular car, you got a sports car, you got a vintage car, this is the level beyond that. It's the 4th car.
This is where like you just need to scratch that itch for another car.
It's pure energy. It's not like the new McLaren 765 that I just drove. It's basically like driving an Indy car on the street, just so crazy. This is just energy assaulted at you in a way that no other vehicle can do.
I've never seen something
price. Yeah.
Like we pulled up in front of his club and there was a line outside.
Who
like
is
a
this
big
person
line
again?
of people. Alex Roy.
His name is Alex. He's an author, and he is a road tripper and automotive journalist. He's kind of one of the Cannonball guys, the guys who race across the country. And he works at an autonomous vehicle research company. He's really interesting. He's a really interesting person. And he's got his hand in a couple little nightclubs around New York City. He's kind of like a bit of a socialite.
He looks ridiculous. Like he was wearing that jacket. He was wearing that jacket. He had like covered in all these medals and medallions.
The fake police jackets. Yeah.
It was absurd. It was like a German police jacket covered with like medals and medallions and shit. Like he looked like one of those. When I take you
downstairs, I'll show you mine.
He looked like a North Korean general. He looked like a North Korean general, just covered with fucking medallions. And when we pulled up in front of his club, there must have been 100 people in line outside. Everybody stopped and looked because, they wanted to know what that explosion was that just pulled up. It was so goddamn loud.
Like Uncle Buck picking up the kids at school.
Yeah, there's never been anything more conspicuous than that fucking car. We pulled up and got out and then walked to the front of the line. And I know they must have been thinking, who's that spaceman who just arrived? Like we're looking at Alex. It was nuts.
Yeah.
It was really fun to ride
his money. The nightclubs? Inherited?
He inherited some of it, a lot of it, almost all of it. It's a good way. His father started a very big rental car agency in Europe called Europe by Car, which when he passed away in, 2002 or 3, Alex took over ownership of, and he ran it for a while and eventually sold out to somebody, and he has since spent a lot of time writing about cars, and he's a very good writer. He also wrote a book, and he now works at Argo AI, which does autonomous vehicle development, and they just signed a massive deal with Ford as a partner, which is pretty cool. Good for them. And he also is a partner in a very high-end like stereo store, like not like Buck's Super Stereo World. Like they're a dealer for like Macintosh and like those crazy fucking amp shits where you got to sit in one chair in the middle of the room, whatever.
Have you ever been to his club, The Box?
I have, yes.
What was on the menu that night? What was the wildest thing you saw on stage?
I mean, there was like midgets and like, circus performers, but also some like burlesque shit. What I remember most about The Box was that I got 2 Red Bull and vodkas. This was a long time ago when I drank Red Bull and vodka. I got one for me and one for my friend, and I remember the bill was $48.
I got 2 Red Bull and vodkas. I ordered bottle service, which is a bottle of Absolute vodka, a bottle of orange juice, and a bottle of cranberry juice, and maybe a couple of Red Bulls, and it was $800.
$800.
Do you know how much a bottle of Absolute is at the store?
Like $30.
No,
$38.
$13.
Oh, it was the big bottle.
You're paying for the service, bro.
But we were right next to the fucking stage, and immediately 2 hot chicks came over and sat on my lap and my buddy's lap just so they could get to the alcohol.
Yes. That's what
But I saw a woman. I'm actually not sure about the genders. So I saw one individual lead another individual out on a leash and then like beat the shit out of him. And then they're like put whipped cream. The one in charge put whipped cream in their ass crack and like forced the other one to eat the whipped cream. And then I want to say at one point, I think that was a female, shoved this big butt plug dog tail up the one on all fours ass. And he definitely didn't like it. He was like, ah! It was like that scene in Pulp Fiction. It was that look on Marcellus Wallace's face. It was.
Who is this for? This doesn't sound like
this is for the whole crowd. Oh, we were
Taco
cheering.
Tuesday.
We were cheering like the hometown team just scored a touchdown. It was like, yeah, get it up there.
This is what happens when you skip out on your tab. You also get quasi raped in front of
Tuesdays at the Box. I was out with Alex at some club in New York. There was a Russian bar underground. It was fucking cool as hell. And we're drinking there, and about 40 minutes into us being there, he was like, I think I own part of this place. And we went and got the manager, and the manager confirmed that he did actually. Hysterical. That story that I just told right there makes him sound like kind of an asshole. And that story took place in his peak cocaine years. He no longer does cocaine, and he will laugh upon those times fondly because he didn't hurt too many people during those times. But that was peak cocaine, Alex.
He was mostly just forgetting what assets he owned.
Pretty much. That's more like Arthur than fucking anything else, right? You know, but he's really smart. He's really like a kind of like a philosopher, actually, if such a thing exists today.
Yeah. That was one of the weirdest nights of my life. We were on like a rooftop. I can't remember what it's called. It's some sort of rich kid club. Like I don't know. They pay $100,000 a year, and you get to be a member of this club and use their fucking facilities. And we're on the roof.
Oh, it's like Soho House, right?
Yeah. On the roof.
House. Yeah, he's a member of Soho House.
On the roof having drinks, and it's like me, a Lamborghini racing male model who's my buddy, and who's the guy who won the Medal of Honor that year? Fucking a Medal of Honor winner. He just had been on Bill O'Reilly. He's with
the
us.
American Sniper.
No, not that guy. He didn't win the Medal of Honor. No, it was
the guy he shot.
His name's Dakota Meyer.
Oh, and, I remember that guy.
And he's got like a colonel as his handler to like make sure Dakota Meyer in no way disgraces the United States, and also that nobody beats up Dakota Meyer in the streets or something. So it's like this straight-laced, like crew cut, like gray-haired colonel who's shit-housed drunk, just out of his mind, wasted.
They didn't say I had to stay sober.
And then we ran into
Ain't nobody care if I disgrace the uniform, right, Dakota? Have another water.
And then we run into Alex, so he fit right in with the group.
Yeah,
it was an interesting night.
I feel like I've heard the Alex's version of the Dakota Meyer story before. I feel like that's happened. Alex has run into some because after so the Cannonball record, right? You know, New York to LA Cannonball record was 3207. And that was set in 1983. And Alex in 2006 and his friend Dave Maher beat it and did a 3104. And that was like a pretty big deal because it had been a very long time and people really thought that with modern traffic, it wasn't possible. The roads were emptier back then and blah, blah, blah. And Alex used like modern technology, or as modern as was available at the time, these weather charts and police frequencies and all kinds of crazy shit. And then he wrote a book about it, and he waited smartly until the statute of limitations was up to publish the book. But the book, talking about how he did it, it got him all these like government speaking gigs. He started going to speak at the FBI and all this shit about like countermeasures and like all this wild stuff. And so he ended up like just occasionally being around like really, really weird, random government adjacent kind of people.
Yeah, it's like that's how he got government investment to go after cannonballers, right? Like just in case we've got a speeder.
He wasn't teaching the government how to go after other cannonballers. He was teaching. They were trying to use his techniques for like preparation to like drive fast, like for like convoying across other countries. I mean, I don't know. He never really actually talked about what they talked about at the FBI, but maybe eventually he'll share with me.
Yeah, he told me that basically they were like, "How did you do this? We want to know how you did this thing you did."
Yeah,
and I don't know. They really went into like what they were going to do with that information. But they wanted to know how the fuck he did what he did. You know, he had a plane flying overhead, you know.
He did.
Right. So what, we're going to have countermeasures and people have Cessnas out in front of their cars jamming.
Well, by the way, I think it's more like weaponizing what he did potentially.
By the way, we're back. We're going back in time like 14 years at this point. You had Ed on. I mean, these people are running 25s now, dude.
Yeah.
25 hours there. They're cutting 6 hours off of Alex's time, and Alex got to go talk to the government afterwards. Like, what the fuck is going on? Like, the people that are doing it, especially like, it's a bit controversial, and I'm not really deep in that world, but they always come and talk to me about it, what they're calling the COVID cannonballs, because the question is, because the roads are so empty, the time got so Alex did like a 3104, and then Ed beat Alex. He did a 29 something, and then this dude Doug did like a 28, right? But then in this year alone, I think like 10 new records were set because the roads were empty.
There's got to be an asterisk there because that's not fair. Like there's no traffic. They got to take like from March on, all those have a little. This was happening during COVID.
So in the beginning, there was this all sort of holier than thou kind of bullshit, and it was like, well, what if you cause an accident and an ambulance for you and a hospital bed for you, means that someone who's got COVID, and so there was that in the beginning, not from me, but there was that in the beginning, and then that went away very, very quickly.
Yeah.
And then now it's all sort of like, well, the times just don't really count as much. Like, nobody really, after the first 48 hours of outrage, there's nobody fucking caring.
They don't count as much. Like if you bring up like Babe Ruth's home runs in earnest, it's like, get fucking real. Come on. That guy who's like, the guy pitching against him had to like leave in the 7th inning to go run a paint store. That's not fucking impressive. These guys would be like, man, he was in the major leagues for 25 years and then he retired to run a fuel station in Arizona. Yeah. It's like, come on.
Or Mark McGuire, Sammy Sosa home runs, right? You got to put the asterisk, right? Or Lance Armstrong, Tour de France, right? You got to put the asterisk. So having
you don't have a problem with asterisk in Mark McGuire, do you, Taylor?
Of course I do. I remember thinking, no, I actually don't. It was just because I'm from there, so I remember just seeing.
His forearms are like my thighs.
Yeah. They were, but it was like
those pictures of him
just gripping the bat.
He's grabbing it so hard, and I was always convinced, like, damn, come on, hit it into Big Mac land again. And if we hit it into Big Mac land, we all got Big Macs. And he was on like McDonald's made a terrible decision because they put it exactly where a right-handed guy is going to hit it, and so it was just like, hey, I know 3 days in a row. Big Macs. Taylor,
right there in left field, 350 feet away. There's a big bullseye, and
he's like a semi-pro with Will Ferrell. It's like corn dogs.
Yeah. As I was a kid, I remember my thought for years being like, "This guy's such a big deal." McDonald's took notice and named a burger after him. Then it was later.
Oh, that's good.
I was like 8 or 9. I was like 9 years old.
I got a McGuire rookie card because I mean, like, right? And I just watched that. What's that? There's a documentary. Have you guys seen it about like whatever happened to sports card collecting? It's
no.
Oh, I don't remember the name of it, but the guy pretty much goes into why like sports cards from the 90s and shit are worth fucking zilch, and it's basically because the entire market was fraudulent. It's kind of an interesting story, but fraudulent market. But I've got a McGuire rookie card, and he's like this scrawny like little dude. It's like I just got to see the cards just next to each other, like the first year, last year. It's ridiculous.
Bonds is the same way. Bonds was like a speedy base stealer, and then all of a sudden he's this muscle monster with armor on at the plate.
Yeah, he was like wasn't like Wesley Snipes in Major League based on early Bonds? I think he was.
I don't know. I was into baseball card collecting in the early 90s, and I'm one of the few guys I know that made a nice profit on it. I sold my cards and bought
Did you really?
I bought a motorcycle with my profits.
So where was the peak?
I think I had bought the bike in like 94 or something like that.
Oh, yeah. Oh, so yeah, you were really
maybe
ahead
a
of the
little
curve.
earlier, maybe earlier than that, 92 or 3. But in any case,
yeah,
I'm still waiting for my Beanie Babies to mature.
I mean, most people were thinking of holding those cards for like 20 years. If you held them for 3 and still sold them in the hype,
that's what I do.
You're fucking smart person in the entire thing.
Well, or a person who really wanted a motorcycle.
Yeah.
Do you still have the motorcycle is the question. That would be amazing.
No, I don't have that bike anymore.
What kind of bike was it? Do you remember?
It was a Honda Interceptor 500.
That's a cool bike.
My first bike. It was to 17, 18-year-old me, it was very cool.
This is a pretty
cool bike.
Little thing about, I was reading Mark McGuire. There's an article from 2011. It says, according to Bell, his ex-girlfriend, beginning around 2000, Bonds, this is about Barry Bonds, testicles underwent a transformation. Specifically, they were smaller and an unusual different shape. Bell also testified about how he developed acne on his shoulders, couldn't keep an erection, and became increasingly violent, once threatening to rip out her breast implants because he'd paid for them.
I don't want to laugh, but fuck.
Oh, Barry Bonds.
I want to laugh, and I will.
More Plates, More Dates did a video today about what it's like to be on Trend. Did anyone else see it?
No, but I'm aware of what it's like to be on
Tren. T-R-E-N.
So is the full name Trenbolone?
Trenbolone.
Yeah.
Is that like an HGH kind of deal?
It's like a hardcore steroid.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I don't fully.
I'm just
understand.
naturally this big, you guys.
It's a horse steroid.
Trenbolone
Is it really?
Is it like? Look, if you have to get awesome looking fast, trenbolone is the risk you take. It is it is the full deal.
The risk you take.
Right. Like there are some safer steroids. There are some that occur naturally in your body, and then there is this gold, sparkling, glitter, nitrous oxide of steroids that you could take, and that is trenbolone. And the guy is talking about it, and it sounds a lot like being on PMS emotionally. You know, like things that you might find, you know, like everyone's been grumpy. You know, you understand what it's like to be grumpy. You feel like your upsetness is justified, but everyone else feels like you're blowing small things out of proportion. This is how he describes being on trend, that you're just... It sounded like PMS. And I'm like, man, if you're going to do a trend cycle, you might just explain to everyone else around you that you're going to be a little crazy with paranoia and aggressiveness and just unable to handle all of life's emotional bumps in the road.
Did he talk about the cough?
He mentioned the cough, but he didn't talk about it much. I guess there's a trend cough.
It is a hacking, uncontrollable cough that you will think you are dying from. That you'll get just about every day. That you can't stop coughing, and it's that cough. We've all been like really bad, really sick before, and you cough, and when you're done coughing, you have to catch your breath and like brace. You're all red faced. You're just like, oh, that was bad. And
that's
hurts.
good during a respiratory pandemic. Yeah, they'll fucking love you. Just fucking wheezing and coughing. Good luck convincing that you don't have coronavirus.
Every day on this steroid, you will just, is it like the same time, like every morning after breakfast, just like, all right, well, just randomly.
Time for a hacking fit. Just randomly.
You guys really sold me on this, I tell you.
But dude,
where do I buy
you'll
it?
look like Wolverine.
This is a side effect I had no idea about. That sounds fucking awful. I don't want to deal with one random, intense, unpleasant coughing fit a day.
Taylor, you just deal with it for a couple of weeks, and then you look like Wolverine.
Yeah, but I don't
literally
want an overgrown heart or liver either.
It's literally what he. It's literally what he suggests that Hugh Jackman took for the last Wolverine movie to get like super vascular and all dried out.
Taylor
looking.
Worried about enlarged.
So
heart.
if you deal, you
fucking
turn into an
sissy heart now. Think about getting your heart bored out, right? Bigger valves, bigger. I assume this is good. It sounds good.
Yeah,
that's what vasodilators
do. The human heart is like a Subaru engine. When you push it past about 350 wheel, it just goes bang. It's just done.
It's just coughing all the time because you're so overloaded, I suppose. That's
you guys want to go on a quick tour before my boys start mopping? Before they make the floor wet. I got to unplug my good audio, so you're going to have to deal with onboard, all right?
All right.
Okay.
Input device. Build. Here we go.
All right. So why do you have... Are these investment cars? Do you fix them?
No. These are cars? First off, what my business right here, on top of making videos, my exit from the gig economy is called West Side Collector Car Storage, and it is for customers to store their collector cars. I also keep my cars here, but I'm the west side of LA and by the beach, and there's just this type of business doesn't exist in this area. So I bought this property, built this building, and I'm going to show you some cool shit. But first, check this out. This is my studio. This is the Smoking Tire podcast studio.
Nice.
Oh, that's awesome,
now,
man.
Do you also still have a watch podcast? It had a really clever name.
No, the Watch and Listen. And I after 2 years of it, I couldn't do the research of watch research anymore. I had to either get snobbier or nerdier, and I was neither. So here's the lounge upstairs.
God damn.
So got cigar lounge, right? Engine block coffee table.
This sounds like the social aspect of the club is part of the draw. You meet people like you.
Yeah, you'd think, but people don't really hang out. That lounge, you have to have a lounge because it's a thing you have to have. But it's really and of course, members are more than welcome to hang out. But the fact of the matter is, they don't hang out very often, and I use it for hanging out with my friends more often than with customers.
Might be part of the sales pitch, right? Sometimes you buy things.
It's where you tell them the price in the tour. All right. So we're gonna go into what we call the cathedral room. So
all the cars.
In the cathedral room, we've got these are the first ever quad vehicle stackers installed indoors. It's the first time they've been installed over a basement because we have a 40 car underground level below this. And it's the first time they've been installed with battery tenders integrated. You can see these reels. Those are those coil up battery tenders. They go up to the top level. And first time they've got sprinklers integrated for their sprinkler nozzles the whole way up. Huh. And we've got a crazy ventilation system up there, so we can run about 10 cars in this room at a time.
How old is this business?
Wow.
I bought the property in 2016. We've been open 3 months. We opened in September 1st.
This is exciting. You know what? You don't have a lot of vacancy. Like you have filled this.
I'll show you. We've got some, but I'll show you. So Derek back there is doing a crazy paint correction. So this is a Buick GNX, very rare car, version of the Grand National. Mm-hmm. So he's doing. You can see they tape off the trim, and so this is a pretty low mile car. And like, let's see if I can get you like a reflection of the ceiling.
Yeah,
paint. It's pretty sick. We've got.
What's the total capacity there for how
so
many
we can hold 110 operating or about 130 max capacity. 130 if we park cars in the aisles and stuff. Here's my new old Ferrari. It's a 328 GTS. And then this is my affront to masculinity, my off-road pink Porsche. It's actually called Cassis Red, but it's got a 4-inch lift and hot rod motor, and the interior is very fun. I'll show you the interior. We use city bus fabric. So,
oh my God.
So it's really, really fabulous interior.
That is a disgusting car.
It's fucking awesome. This thing rules. It's the best LA car ever. And, you got a bunch of good stuff up here. Some old stuff. There's a little ZR1 there, Porsche. Some supercars back here. And then we've got the big wall behind me. And that wall is tandem, so there's 2 deep.
Are there a handful of celebrity clients? Just guessing by the cars, maybe.
There's a couple of clients that we have that you might call like a corporate type celebrities. Like you maybe haven't heard of them, but maybe you've heard of the business that they run.
Some of the stuff
that kind of thing. Mm-hmm. We're in Silicon Beach over here, so we've got Google, and this is my friend. That's my friend Chef Carl Ruiz. A portrait of him. Let me see. I think this will work. I think I can go downstairs. My Wi-Fi should work the whole way, so we're gonna try this.
Yeah. This is cool.
No one who's like, oh my God, that A-list celebrity. But how's the connection? Good.
So far, so good.
Oh, this is amazing. We're in like a
Yep, and there we go.
We're in like a concrete basement. Oh no!
Awesome. Halo lights.
There he is. All right.
Am I here? Oh, did I go away?
Yeah, he went away.
On
You're
the
back
stairs.
now,
I'm
though.
back.
Yeah.
I'm back. Okay, cool. So these lights I really am proud of. They're really beautiful. But this is our underground level, and look what I have.
A Morgan.
Yep.
3-wheeler.
I like
And then
it.
we've just got a bunch of cars down here, bunch more. So all our walls and stuff are Porsche colors, and then the ramp to get down is that way. I can motion sensor lights. So anyway, I built this to satisfy a need that I felt existed in the market in this area. And, I've been in the gig economy for like fucking 15 years. And after a while you go, well, what is my exit from the gig economy eventually? What does that look like? Because, your last video won't make your next one for you or record your next podcast for you. And so, not that there aren't residuals, there are, but the point is, what is the exit plan? What do you do? So I figured I could be a landlord for cars. And so we deal with the care and feeding of specialty cars, and we've got beautiful fin-tail caddy back there and some interesting old muscle. You got a cool Charger back here, 70 Charger, I believe, 69 or 70 Charger. Not really sure. Can you still have me?
Yes.
Yeah.
We're hanging on your every word.
I'm gonna try to do. I'm gonna go up this stairwell. I hope I don't lose you. If I do, it's quick. I'll be right back. But we're gonna go up the back stairs right now.
You're here so
Go
far.
back into the main room.
You can do it, internet.
I bet he's switching Wi-Fi access points.
Yeah.
There he is. He's back.
Yeah, that would be my
Oh no, are you there?
Yep. We're here.
Yep.
Are you guys there?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I think I don't have the key to this door. I think I'm stuck in this. I'm not stuck in the stairwell, but I think I have to go back.
How did you get
upstairs.
so much occupancy so fast?
We're dope. We do dope shit. I don't know. We're very fortunate. We have customers who
Did you
have.
start with lower prices than maybe you'll be in 2 years?
Yeah, we're priced aggressively. We are priced aggressively. I wanted to be a guy with a full building. I was a guy with an empty building, and then when you're a guy with a full building, you're in a much better position to negotiate.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I can't stand in the stairwell forever. So talk amongst yourselves for a second. Let me get back to somewhere else where I need to be.
That's really cool.
It's super cool. I find the business really fascinating. I'm trying to thread the needle between overly nosy and, learn about the business.
Yeah, curious because it's neat. Something that you wouldn't expect, really.
Yeah.
Totally different world to what I live in. But I mean, if you're rich enough to afford those cars and you just are thinking like, it'll be nice to just get close to the beach and then just hop in and grab it so I don't have to, or whatever the concern is. Like, I can see that being super, super valuable to someone rich enough that this doesn't even really enter into their bottom line.
So, Matt, if I want to drive that car today, did I lose you? You stuck.
He's in an elevator, I think, isn't it?
Yeah. I'll ask him when he comes back.
Yeah.
It'll probably just be a second. Oh, there we are.
Wait, I'm sorry. I was in the elevator.
Are you?
I was going back up to the studio. Can you hear me yet?
Yep, we have you.
Okay,
All
here's
right.
me at 7. Here's me at 17 with my first car. Look at that guy.
What's the car?
It's a Subaru.
Nice. All right.
I apologize. I'm back.
So,
No, you're good.
We're talking. You know what's interesting about? I was overhearing a little what you said. What's really interesting is, not all the cars are super valuable cars. It doesn't always the cost of the car doesn't always justify spending the money to keep it here. It's really just people want what they want. You know what I mean? They love a car, and it might be a fairly regular car, but to them, it's more special than other cars, and it deserves a little bit of special care. And where I live is a little different from where you guys live, just in terms of how space is used. You're by the beach, so you get a 3,000 square foot house by the beach. It's like a townhouse, like like a row house kind of thing. No property. Maybe you get a 2-car garage, probably no driveway, and that could be like $3 to $5 million. So it's very expensive, but there's not a lot of space and so people have money to spend in this part of the world, but what they can't make more of is any space. So if you want to live in this part of town, which is a desirable part of town, and you want to collect cars, there's a pretty big gap in between. Okay, I have enough money to collect a couple of cars, and okay, I have enough money to buy my own commercial building. So that's kind of the world where we live in.
So Matt,
I'm not on my good mic. Let's go in my office. Yeah, I'm not going to leave. I'm going to make it the whole way.
I want to drive my Morgan today. What's the
Yeah.
process? 15 minutes and you'll have it
Show
towards
up.
the top?
Well, look. Oh, if you're talking about cars that are up on stackers,
I don't know
right,
what
if
I'm
we're
talking about.
that.
Maybe the other ones I can drive out myself. On the stackers, you need some
So
amount
look,
of lead time.
You don't need any lead time. Wherever your car is, you can just show up and we will get it for you. Having said that, it is to everyone's benefit if you just give us 10 or 15 minutes heads up that you're coming down, just so we can make sure that either if your car is blocked in by something or on a rack that we can get it down, because it is very easy to get cars down, or if it's already conveniently located, we clean the glass, make sure your windshield is clean, we check your tire pressures, with stuff like that. And it's just we're able to offer a better level of service if we know people are coming. Having said that, we've organized the cars in such a way that the cars that really go in and out a lot pretty much live on the ground. And cars that don't go out as much, the less often they go out, the further they go up the racks. And so it would be very rare, even though it only takes like maybe 10 minutes to get a car off the very top, and that's disconnecting all the battery tenders and everything. it would be very rare that the owner of one of those cars would show up unannounced and determine that they want to drive it and they want to drive it right now. And they're super, even though I tell everybody, just show up, especially like my 10 or so customers that really take their cars out a lot. I'm like, because most of the cars, frankly, they do a lot of sitting, which is fine. It's not a hard job that way. But the cars that I say just show up. They're always like, I'll be by in a half hour. And I'm like, you don't have to tell me this. You can just show up. Like, we're open. But they just, out of politeness or whatever, like they do anyway. So yeah, it's cool. It's easy.
You've got me looking at Corvettes over here.
Corvettes are great, man. They're a lot of car for the money. There's a lot of great aftermarket support. They're a very known quantity in terms of the engineering and whatever. There's not, they are more expensive to maintain than Mustangs and Camaros because they share fewer parts with other cars in the lineup. A lot of Corvette parts, even though it's just a GM, Corvette parts are unique to Corvette. And so, in some cases, they can be a little more expensive to maintain than you think, but the regular service items and stuff, if you don't break it or crash it or whatever, they're pretty stout. I had a Corvette for 18 years. I liked it.
$50,000 buys a lot of Corvette.
What can you find what's right in front of you for $50K?
This one's actually $46K. It's a 2017 2LT with like 4,000 miles on it.
Can you get into a Grand Sport? A 27, like a 17 or 18 Grand Sport would be like the best car you could buy for $50,000. Because you get the Z06 bodywork and suspension. That's ace. Yeah, but
what was the one Al found called? A LT?
It's a 2LT.
Oh, 2LT. Just that means it's like 1LT and 2LT is like luxury trim. So you get like the better leather, the better seats, like that kind of shit. Yeah, basics.
Yeah, it's like we're in the 60s to get the Grand Sport.
Are you? Yeah, worth it.
Well, priorities too. Like for me, probably not. Like my dumb ass, you know what I would value? A really good phone integration. I really
they all
like
have
good
that's all
seats.
the same. That's all the same.
It gets better as they're newer, roughly,
Yes, that's true.
I really like nice seats. I like vented seats. I don't know if Corvettes have that, maybe not, but
they do. Corvette's a car for a fat old man. They have air-conditioned seats.
Well, some of this is
who has the best
home.
vented seats? The best vented seats are Porsche because they don't blow, they suck.
That's better, huh?
Yeah, it is because it sucks the moisture away, and also it's like a fart vacuum.
As opposed to
yeah, it's very good. It's very good. It's a
my
very good
truck
system.
has vented seats, and I don't think I'll have a car without it again if I can avoid it. It's a nice feature.
It's hard to go back. If you're going to go back, then you want to go cloth. Cloth. Yeah. I still love a cloth, man. I'm all about the cloth.
I don't know why cloth isn't more popular. It's a really good material for a seat.
Because
American, drink and it's just like, this will never be the same again.
That's what's the fucking spray? Not Teflon. What's the spray?
Scotch Brite.
Scotch Brite. Thank you.
Oh. I was going to go with what we sold it as at the dealership. Fucking permaplate.
What's that scam name again?
Yeah.
Stain free. Stain free. It's $1,500.
$695.
Yeah. Heck, I had cloth seats in the Tacoma. I have leather seats in my F-150. And I think the cloth ones were easier to maintain for me.
The cloth is pretty durable. I mean, unless you literally spill a fucking open bottle of red wine on the thing.
Right? I was thinking like it would take like a fruit
That
punch
is my
or something.
use case.
Okay.
It's coffee, but it's got
vented
vodka in it.
It seems like let's say, for example, you drop a French fry between your legs, right? This is a possible thing. And then it gets smeared in all those holes and you have to clean it. And it's an issue.
They make a brush for that. They have a brush to clean the little perforations in the leather.
What's it called? I'll look up.
I don't fucking know. I'll send you a link
perforation
later.
brush.
Yeah, like a perforated leather detailing brush. Yeah, it's an actual thing. We have them here at the shop. That's a very satisfying thing to clean those out, though. It's really nice.
I bet you just
my friend Larry Casilla has a detailing company, and he's very successful, and he is like the detailing nerd. And he knows everything about chemicals, and it just he'll really go deep on some of that kind of stuff.
Is it? I'm trying to. I mean, this will be better for Discord. Something like that.
Are we sharing?
There should be a picture in your Discord.
Oh, Oh, hang on. Sorry, I need to go. I'm on full screen. Oh, yeah. That's pretty much it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Basically, it looks like a pool table brush, kind of.
Yeah.
Add
Or
to
like
cart.
a grooming brush,
Maybe
maybe.
it'll be cool. It'll come. Online shopping is great. I mean, Jeff Bezos is apparently not a great employer, but whatever freaking human slavery it takes to get me my upholstery brush in one day, I'm in for.
Yeah, it's not my problem.
I feel I'm very conflicted about that. Jeff
Me
Bezos is
too.
a piece of shit, and Amazon's a shitty company, but god damn, is it convenient?
Dude, I'm a Twitch live
None of us had a
streamer.
problem when we ate cheap fruit for the last, I don't know, entirety of our lives. Like, where do you think that's coming from? You think it's a bunch of like well-to-do white guys with button-up collars out in a field somewhere, picking them off and
Hey,
them with their
don't ruin my fruit fantasy.
no,
Organic.
slave fucking labor. You ever had a chocolate bar? You know where that shit comes from? They cut rubber.
I'll tell you what, dude. Since 2016, because I'm from New York and I don't want to get too much into politics or anything like that, but I was regularly asking myself, how we got to here, that and trying to figure that out, because I clearly was not taught any of that in my Jewy private school, and so I've been reading a lot of history books and a lot of that kind of stuff and learning about all kinds of slavery.
Matt, are you familiar with Twitch? Are you familiar with Twitch, the gaming streaming thing?
Yeah.
So I stream on Twitch, Woody's Gamer Tag for anyone listening. And if you're an Amazon Prime person, you can subscribe to a Twitch guy for free. It is taking Jeff Bezos's money and giving it to me. It's a Robin Hood thing. It is an act of heroism. So guys, go ahead, do it now.
And do they pay you?
The whole point of this
if someone
great segue.
If I'm just curious, if someone uses Amazon Prime to subscribe to your Twitch stream for free, what's your cut of that then? You get a cut from out of Amazon's end?
So normally what happens is you pay $5 and I get half. In the case of Twitch Prime, I get $2.50.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I get paid about the same as far as I know. I think this is right. I get paid $2.
You get paid the same, but it doesn't cost them anything.
Outside of what they were already paying for Amazon Prime.
Right. Yeah, assuming you're a fucking human, you have Amazon Prime.
Right, everybody does. Yeah. Yes.
Are you guys all the way back up to a full-fledged cable subscription worth of apps on your fucking smart device?
Disney Plus,
I'm glad you brought that up.
Disney Plus, right. Netflix, Hulu, and ESPN Plus are my current subscriptions. Kyle, you wanted to jump in.
All right. So, do you have HBO Max, Woody?
No, but I did hear an announcement today. I think that's where you're headed.
Let me read the announcement. From the Warner Brothers will release its entire 2021 slate of films on HBO Max the same day they hit theaters. This is going to include Dune, Matrix 4, Mortal Kombat, Godzilla vs. King Kong, The Suicide Squad, Tom and Jerry, and many more. Basically, every Warner Brothers film that hits theaters this year will hit fucking HBO Max the same day at no additional cost.
I love it. So HBO Max, in my head, I could be wrong on this, but I always viewed it as like one of the other ones, right? You don't get HBO Max unless you already have Netflix and probably Amazon Prime.
They divided it. They divided it with the Go and the Now. They really fucking shot themselves.
I hear
in the
you.
foot
It's
there.
it's confusing to me. I don't know how they stack rank, which ones I'm supposed to get, etc. And HBO Max, to me, you remember your Morgan is a good fourth car. HBO Max is a good like fifth or sixth streaming service, right?
Fifth subscription.
But now that it's going to have it's no longer old movies you want to rewatch or something that caught your interest 2 or 3 years ago that you never caught. It is now new releases, current events in terms of media. It bumps it way up the list.
Well, they got to do it. They got to. It's probably. I bet you the movie houses are subsidizing it. You know what I mean? Because they're probably not having to pay the theaters. They don't have to. Or obviously, however, how do you think? How does that ecosystem work? Wait, who pays who there? The theater,
the movie theater pays them. They have to buy the
pays.
film.
So, do you think HBO is buying the film from Universal or from Warner Brothers?
Warner Brothers.
How do you think that works?
They're paying Warner Brothers a huge amount. They must be to get the rights to these films on opening day. And it would never have happened if it weren't for COVID, because the movie, the theater industry is suffering so much. Like profits are down. I don't remember the exact numbers, but it was like 4 billion to 300 million or something.
So Kyle, prediction.
But here's a question though: without opening day, and Woody, I'll let you have your prediction time. Before that, without opening day, without an in-person opening day, does fucking opening day mean anything?
Nope.
Other than like you can go back to Twitter and comment about it like that day or whatever the fuck. Like it just doesn't. Who gives a shit if it's opening day if it's streaming at your house? Watch that shit on Tuesday. Who cares?
I still really prefer going to a theater. As soon as I can again, I will. But this is going to be awesome.
So I've said for a while that like telecommuting, the advances, if you call them advances, I think a lot of people would, are not going to go back. They'll have a hard time explaining to Taylor that he can't do his job from home sometime in 2022.
Yeah.
Right?
They certainly will.
He's like I have been doing
no.
right. I think it's going to have a
I'll
huge
just go to Twitch. Fuck you.
Long-term effect on commercial real estate, right? That's not going to change soon. Buying patterns from mom and pop were already shifting to internet, but I think that is not. It's going to be durable. That's not going to go away. This movie theater change that we're seeing, do you think that this will be durable? Is this HBO Max thing going to be the new standard, or is this just a COVID exception?
I don't think we're going back to theaters. I don't think it's ever going to be the way it was. Lots of people like me, and I think lots of people would prefer to just watch it at home. Like we have big enough TVs, surround sound systems. Like I can walk and get an 80-cent soda from my fridge instead of a $6 one. And I'm in the comfort of my home. I can pause, I can resume. Like there's so many benefits to doing it.
If we're
I think it's going to move up market. I think it's going to become a more luxurious experience with sort of pods, like opera boxes with better seats, table service. Like we have.
That's the theater I go to.
The higher end theaters are doing that, and it's fucking great. I mean, I love it. I think
if you compare apples to apples, then the theater's just better. Like because traditionally, what I've had to compare the theater to was that like, hey, you can buy the film from like Amazon Prime today, or you can go to the theater, and it's like, how much is it? $20. I'm like, fuck. I don't want a $20 digital release when I could just like take a girl to a movie and like it'll be a date, it'll be a whole thing. It'll be an evening.
Cut the whole of popcorn and
absolutely. I mean, it's dark in there. No need for pretext. We'll just pull it out. But I like the theater. I like the gigantic screen. I like the crazy rumbling audio. I don't like being in the theater with other people unless it's a comedy. It's fun to watch a comedy with a big group of people or a sporting event. One time we went and watched a UFC fight live in a movie theater, and we're all cheering, and there were some people who were not Conor McGregor fans, and they were watching their guy get his ass beat, and it was just like, yeah, our guy's winning. It felt good.
It felt good. It was so great
out in the theater.
That Conor McGregor fight, Conor won, but he didn't win every second of it. So different guys had their moments, and it added to it.
Eddie Alvarez? Is that
no,
the one?
It was the short American wrestler.
I thought that was Eddie Alvarez.
He did steroids. He got busted for it, and it wasn't Eddie Alvarez.
I didn't
narrowing it down.
But yeah, I like watching comedies with big groups of people because everybody's laughing. I'll never forget watching Jackass when I was a kid in theaters.
Oh yeah,
everybody's melting down, and watching Borat.
Bro,
for the first
Dumb
time.
and Dumber opening weekend when I was a kid. Dumb and Dumber had moments where we were, I think, 94, so I was like 14. I mean, what a great age for Dumb and Dumber. And we were fucking rolling in the aisles in groups of people. During Dumb and Dumber. I mean, when he fucking...
That's exactly how Borat was for me. I think I was like 15 or 15 when that came out, and I saw it with my dad, and like it was the absolute funniest thing I'd ever seen in my life.
I agree.
Seeing Borat in a theater really would take it to the next level in terms of what you could get away with.
You know how usually like that age, like I'm 14, my dad's obviously an adult. Like if we're watching something that I think is hilarious, he's like, this is a little fun, a little stupid. If I'm watching something that he thinks is funny, it's like, I'm too young. I don't get any of these references. Like that was a perfect mashup. Like there was enough in it that was just like, I'm sure there were references that if I watched again, like I would get, but it was mostly just like, I'm going to talk silly and make you look stupid.
This is
And it's
my
like-
Mankini. It was Chad Mendes,
Did you-
by the way.
Yes.
Chad.
Did you see the new Borat? It was pretty. It was interesting.
I didn't see
I didn't
it.
make it all the
Mixed
way through.
reviews
Too
around here.
famous. It stunk.
I didn't
Yeah.
make it all the way through, man. I didn't like all of the scripted stuff, and it felt like I didn't like him in the other costumes. There was a couple of gags where, like, I don't know, he's getting his daughter an abortion. Well, what he's trying to do is get a cake topper taken out of his daughter's stomach because she's accidentally eaten it, but he's calling it a baby, and he's saying that he put it in there. So there's a big confusion between him and the doctor, and it's like, I remember I literally audibly went, "Ha!" And that's as close as I got to laughing at the new Borat movie. I couldn't do it.
It didn't feel nearly as organic. Like there were situations you could watch in the first one where you're like, either that guy is the best actor of all time, or he has just been surprised by this strange foreigner.
Well,
and he's
see, the first one
Yeah.
came along with lawsuits and shit. Like those people
Yeah.
didn't
The first one was
understand
real crazy.
Those people, a lot of them, no one knew who Borat was, really.
Yeah.
I mean, I did because I had Lithuanian roommates and they were huge into the Ali G show. And so, like, they were showing me this shit on their PC. They'd illegally downloaded it. I don't know where else you would get it back in 2011 or whatever. And
That's hilarious. I was watching
No,
the
it
Ollie
was
G show
earlier.
when it was new in 2001 when I was in college. That was the funniest shit ever. Ollie G
Yeah.
show was crazy. It was on at the same time as Chappelle's show. It was on
Okay.
at the same like period. And it was like those two things were on and both those shows were like, holy shit, this is on television. It's fucking
But a
crazy.
lot of the people that were on that are in the first Borat movie were like suing them. I think at one point he gets like picked up by like some frat guys in like a motorhome, and
Oh,
he
yeah.
either gets them to talk about some gay stuff or do some gay stuff. And like they didn't realize they were about to be in a blockbuster movie.
Yeah, they're like in a camper van. He's like, "So you guys, you play with each other sometimes naked time." It's like, yeah, dude, we get naked with chicks all the time. But it's like they edit it to be like, yeah, we get naked with each other all the time. Like just like fucking with them clearly. I liked when he goes, what was he singing? That like bastardized national anthem at that Texas rodeo.
The rodeo, yeah.
Nobody is having it. Even the guy like in the like the lead up guy's like, I don't know where you're from, but I know I don't like where you're from. Like,
That's a good line.
and in fairness, like at that
Oh, the
point,
keys for the
like that guy was totally justified because Borat was being an absolute boorish asshole to him.
Yeah.
So that guy's like,
But then he sings "Throw the Jew Down the Well," and everybody in that bar in Texas or wherever the fuck is like joining in and singing along. It's
in fairness for that one, he was jovial and it was a catchy song.
fair enough.
It wouldn't have gone over in New York City.
No, probably not.
No, that's a middle of the country song. That's you get too close to the coasts and you get some pushback on that. But yeah, Borat
You're
one was
muted.
great. I need to watch it again.
Sorry, I just got interrupted by my shop manager.
That's
You're
okay.
Work stuff.
We got hundreds of cars
Distracted.
to manage. I only have one car.
It's all right. They do a lot of sitting. It's all good. So I got to get out of here in like 10 minutes. You guys, any other ground you wanted to cover? Like on the official? I'm happy to fucking wander all over, but if you had anything car wise that we fucking quickly turned left away from.
So you were talking about your exit plan on the gig economy.
Yeah.
Am I to interpret that you don't find your job to be the dream job?
No. It's not that. It's not that at all.
Okay.
You just on an individual video and story basis,
Uh-huh.
you make less money than you think you would, right? And so, consequentially, I have to generate more content by volume than I would really prefer to be generating. In order to really make a good living, and I'd like to make a really, really good living.
Right.
And so my saying exit from the gig economy doesn't mean I want to stop making videos and writing articles and doing podcasts about cars. It just means that I want to not have to do every single possible story I can find about cars and stuff that might not be so intellectually stimulating and worth doing, and be able to focus on some other stuff because I'm secure that I have a regular income that is a little more under my control than say YouTube's or whatever.
So now you can be more selective with what you do want to do on the YouTube side and whatnot.
Ideally, that's
It's a brand new
the
business,
point.
but that's the target, right? Yeah.
Yeah, and as a brand new, I mean, look, considering we've only been open for 3 months, like I am able to travel for I have to run the shop a couple of days a week, but I'm able to travel for work for like 5 days, up to 5 days at a time. And my GM, with the exception of a couple phone calls and texts a day, he's got it covered. So I think we're in good position there. So yeah, I mean, I don't want to stop doing any of the things I'm doing. I just don't want to have to rely on those things to pay my mortgage every month, and so
I have this thing about jobs. People who I watch this podcast are going to have heard this before, but
I haven't. So let's go.
All work is work, right? If you're an attorney, you figure out work sucks in a few weeks. All right, that bummer. But if you're a YouTuber, if you're a professional basketball player, a fighter jet pilot, or whatever it is, rock star, it might take a couple years to figure out that work sucks. And if you're in that spot, congratulations. I kind of am inferring that you have learned what so many other YouTubers have also learned, that it turns out work is work. What was an absolute dream job, I can't believe they're paying me to do this at one time, becomes a have to do at some point.
No. That's not entirely true. But
it's partially true, right? Like there's
look. It's when work is done. I never wanted to really be a YouTuber. That wasn't the goal. I always treated YouTube as a rolling audition for television. I was always kind of waiting for this to get my own television show, and YouTube was always kind of my way to try to do that. It happened. I got some smaller shows, and I've done some stuff, and I'm happy to have done what I've done. But ultimately, YouTube is like McDonald's. And it's about volume. And yeah, there's a certain amount of quality, I suppose. You have to keep people's attention and whatnot, but really it's not. It's just about volume. You find a formula and then you don't divert from that successful formula. If you do, in fact, try to divert from that formula, you will be punished. So
I came here for that thing you did last week. Do it again.
Exactly. I mean, that couldn't be the more accurate quote of the day. I mean, it's perfect for what it is. And so that was never really the goal. It's just where it ended up. And so when I realized, oh, okay, this is a volume game, I played the volume game as hard as I could play it. And yeah, the video is fun. It is. Driving that car and talking about it, like, that's fun. It is. But there's a lot of work behind it. And I'm not lazy. I work fucking long days. I work long hours. It's not about laziness. It's just about just keeping up with volume indefinitely. I can't franchise myself. I can't copy I'm not multiplicity. The only thing about
you're breaking out 1980s movies references.
Let's go back to Total Recall. Let's go to Total Recall. What's the same thing about every trip you've been on? It's you. There you are. You know what I mean? And so every video I made, I had to be there for it. So there's only so many times I can expand myself in my day. And so at a certain point, you have to go, I can't chase this volume anymore. I have to find a way to exit the volume strategy and do this at a pace that will generate the kind of content I'm proud of, and not just the kind of content that needs to be made because I came up with a rule that says that and the algorithm says that you really need to have 4 videos a week and not 2 or 3.
My friend went to test pilot school, right? And this was he made flight simulators for the Navy. And to do that better, they sent him to test pilot school. This was his dream job, right? Everyone has their own target. But for him, it's like, oh my God. One day he wakes up, he flies a helicopter. The next day, a fighter jet, maybe some Cessna, maybe some, is it the Osprey that lands vertically with the props? Like all kinds of cool shit so that he would be, more open to making better flight simulators. Cool. After a couple months of test pilot school, he's like, this is work. I thought this was going to be fun. When we flew that giant white and orange Coast Guard helicopter and I waved to my wife at the house, that's what I thought test pilot school was. Turns out after you stall a plane, you have to write a 40-page report on what it's like to stall a plane so that all my flight simulator creation buddies at the Navy replicate it properly.
Yeah.
And
turns out it's like 80% math,
yeah, right?
10% budget, and it ends up like 2% flying. You know what I mean?
Work is work. Like even if it's your version of a bullseye, some NBA player is doing 100 3-point shots in a row, and it's work. Yeah.
Work's work. And on top of that, if you want to make, executive money, which is, business office work, like that's not fun. That's shitty work. But if you want to make that level of salary and earnings doing the fun thing, you can't do it by not working as hard and as smart as the people with the suits on. You have to take that approach and that work ethic. And I'm not saying that people should martyr their own health for their job. I don't believe that that's true. I think you should have a quality of life and blah, blah, blah. But you should, it's a fucking business. And so for me, if I went, okay, what's the best thing about my job? Press cars, access to the people who design and make cars and the interesting people in the industry, and sitting around my podcast talking to my friends about cars. That's the three best. What's the worst part about it? Well, individually, the money per video sucks balls. Okay, but what if I could keep doing this and eliminate this? Well, that would be nice, wouldn't it? So that's where we're at. We store cars, and I have a studio, and in my studio, I pay rent to myself. It's quite nice. I recommend it.
I hope this is a grand slam for you. I know the business is 3 months old. You're probably still figuring out where you are, but
we're making some adjustments. But like it's pretty cool. If you guys, once people start traveling again, next time any of y'all come through LA, by all means, come hang out, and we'll have a scotch in the lounge and go up on the man lift and look at cars from the top. It's fucking cool.
That sounds cool. That sounds super cool.
This place looks sick.
Thank you guys for having me for these 2 hours. I'm sorry I can't continue on. I got to get back and close up the shop, but I enjoyed this one, and let's have it be less than 2 years until we do another one. Yeah,
I like it.
Yeah, for sure.
Let's hit me up soon, and we'll do another one. But you guys have a great night. Thanks for having me. I'll plug it out real quick. The Smoking Tire Podcast. Get it where you get podcasts. The Smoking Tire Car Reviews on YouTube. The Smoking Tire Podcast channel is on YouTube also, the video version of our podcast from our beautiful new studio. Check out this software we're using. It's called Switchercast. It's real cool. Our whole podcast studio, the board is an iPad Pro, and all the cameras are iPhone 11s. It's so fucking awesome. It is the coolest rig. It's a total broadcast solution that only uses Apple devices. It's my favorite thing ever. It's all wireless. There's no wires in the whole studio. It's great.
All right, cool. I've got a URL up. I'll look into it.
Yeah, check into it later. And
yeah,
so, and if you happen to be in LA, we've got some. Oh, you know what? You said you wanted to see
I think we lost audio. You're muted now, Matt.
Oh no, shit.
There,
sorry.
you're back.
You're good. You're good. You're good.
Okay, I plugged my mic. If you wanted to see where are any empty spaces, we're up on the 3rd floor outside my office here. So there's some empty spaces on the 3rd and 4th levels.
All right, LA people, put your cars in there.
WCCS.com, Westside Collector Car Storage. Thank you guys so much for your time. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, man. I appreciate having you.
Have a great night.
You too.
Bye.
That was really neat.
Yes.
What a cool area to hang out and work.
Right?
Especially like if your thing is like cars aren't my thing, but I can imagine like I don't know if I'm into anything as much as he's into cars, but I'd love to be around a bunch of magic cards.
My head goes to the word like, what's Taylor really into? No, well, people don't really design buildings around cheese. It's
salted meats.
The charcuterie section. Nobody ever hangs out here, but I keep it stocked for me.
I was glad we had him on. I like him.
Oh yeah, that was really neat. It's a cool transition the way he was talking about to trying to get something more stable so he can do his creativity more on his terms, which is neat. So I was actually real quick.
Are you about to do an ad?
Yes, you guys can. I guess don't talk amongst yourselves. But this episode of PKA is brought to you by Postmates. This episode of PKA is brought to you by a company we have lots of personal experience with, Postmates. You know what's great about eating your favorite thing? It's your favorite thing, and you're eating it. You know what's not great? Getting it. And the only fast things that deliver are not what you're craving. Introducing Postmates, the app that adds a delivery option to your favorite restaurants. Imagine anything you want to eat delivered. You don't have to drive, park, or even talk on the phone to order. Just download the app and order 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. Postmates will bring you what you want within the hour. You can even see where your food is and track the driver. Forgot the eggs and milk? No problem. Craving a tasty burger? Check. Looking for the perfect bottle of red wine or a summer beer? Order up. Postmates is your new long-term Munchies booty call. For a limited time, Postmates is giving you $100 of free delivery credit for your first 7 days. To start your free deliveries, download the app today and use code PKA. That's code PKA for $100 of free delivery credit for your first 7 days. Save the hassle, get the food you love fast at Postmates with code PKA to save $100.
First of all, $100 is a lot of dollars. Second, talk about businesses that are crushing it in COVID.
Yeah, everything delivery is doing well, and it's because of the convenience. So definitely use that code PKA. And this episode is also brought to you by Smartmouth. Everyone hates talking to someone with bad breath. That humid, awful smell keeps you from focusing on anything other than finding an excuse to leave. Now just think about all the times you were the gross, smelly one and the other person was thinking about trying to get away. You probably can't think of any examples. That's because we rarely have an accurate read on our own breath. In other words, you could be walking around with trash mouth, not even realize you're grossing everybody out. That's why Smartmouth was invented. Smartmouth's clinically proven 2-liquid formula combines to instantly eliminate bad breath and prevent it from coming back all day. Rinse once in the morning for all-day clean breath and once before bed to prevent morning breath. Just 2 uses a day, and you will never have bad breath guaranteed. Whether the boardroom or the bedroom, having confidence in your breath spells success. Go to smartmouth.com/PKA now for a free coupon. You can find Smartmouth products in the oral health aisle at Walgreens, CVS, Target, Rite Aid, Amazon, Walmart, or wherever you shop. Once again, that's smartmouth.com/PKA for your coupon. So Postmates and Smartmouth, couple of high tea companies. Go check them out.
Click on the links.
It makes us look good when you do so. So anyway, it sounded like
we talked about it a little bit on PKN, but I know not everybody has access to that for some reason.
Yeah.
But we had an awesome, because it's delayed if you're not a Patreon.
All right. I thought I made a mistake or something. I'm like, did I not upload it?
You thought it was going to be passive aggressive right in front of your face on the show? Jesus Christ.
I didn't interpret it like that.
For some reason, Woody hasn't gotten to it.
I was like, did I do something wrong? I was completely unaware. Okay, I'm sorry.
He wouldn't sandbag you like that on the show. Something happened. No, that's not what he's talking about.
But we had a great hangout this weekend. We got our fuck show that has been teased now for about a month. So it was very interesting. One of our a little awkward, I guess, but also like just fun, just funny.
I was
fun
comfortable
and
with
funny. It was. I think Taylor was weirded out. Taylor looked very uncomfortable during it.
It was a little odd at points when
I was fascinated. One of our wonderful $50 patrons brought his girlfriend out, and she just stripped down completely nude. He threw her in a sex swing, and he broke out the sex toys and went to town on her. And then she just hung out nude on camera with us in the chat for hours.
I remember sitting there. She sat there. She was just sitting there naked on the bed, and he brought something up to her, something like clearly trying to get the process rolling, but she was closer to the mic, and she's like, "I'm pregnant. I gotta eat," and just like,
I remember.
It's like, oh yeah, she's also, by the way, she's pregnant.
Yeah, it was a prego fuck show. Yeah, that's gonna.
I couldn't tell that she was pregnant. There were no, so she's recently pregnant.
Yeah, that's the best kind.
What was I
still hope to.
Yeah, I had a fun time watching. So the guy was using some techniques with a dildo and a vibrator. It wasn't an actual Hitachi magic wand, but it was in that class. Mm-hmm. And Kyle and I were both like, "Yep, that's a technique. That's pretty much."
I'm familiar with that.
Yeah, I'm
familiar with that.
That one's a high success rate. And some of the other guys were in the chat were like, "I haven't used any of these devices before. This is all new territory for them."
There was a little bit of sex ed going on. You could tell.
Really?
Not all of our $50 patrons are suave, debonair gentlemen, and perhaps they were seeing some things for the first time. I think maybe.
Yeah,
the toy life as much.
Yeah, there was some guys had no toys in their sex life at all, and it was like, yeah, all right. But it was fun to. And so anyway, guy having sex knew what he was up to. That was not his first time pleasing a woman. Some of the people watching might have been their first time pleasing a woman.
They learned some things.
Yeah.
They learned some things. It was not only titillating, it was educational. All right?
It was.
And that's what you get from the $50
She was
patron hangout.
comfortable in her own skin, which I thought was kind of cool. Right? Like I might be painting a lot on it, but she sat around as happy as could be. She felt no desire to rush that shirt back on.
No, she was playing peekaboo with her pussy for like 2 hours.
Yeah.
Just sitting on the bed, just ha-ha!
Basic instincting over and over. And
Yes. Yes, there was a lot of vagine. So yeah, if you want to become a $50 patron, maybe you get to partake in a fuck show. Or
maybe next time there'll be more camera angles. That might be
We're going to work on more camera angles. I was DMing with that gentleman earlier.
Yeah.
Team up.
You'll see me in the background working on the lighting.
For camera gear, some lighting. And none of that's true. But yeah, $50 gets you not only into the PKA Discord where, whenever Taylor and me and Woody are playing games together, we're in there. And whenever I play games, I play in there. And if I need extra people to like play Zombies or Vermintide or Rust or whatever the hell, I pull from that group of people. And yeah, it's a good deal. Have a lot of fun. And every month we do one of these 4-hour hangout sessions where we do like 2-hour sessions. But if you hang around in the first one and wait for the second one to maybe fill up, you can usually slide in for a full 4 hours and just hang out with us and shoot the shit. It's like a second PKA once a month or a fifth PKA once a month where we're just in there learning what made all these people interesting enough to be a $50 patron. And it's really interesting. Some of these people, like some of them, they're just like, this was my last $50. It's ramen noodles for me for the month, but I love you guys. And it's like, damn, all right. Fuck. You're not good at spending choices, are you? But then there's some guys who are like, yeah, I started my own company when I was 18. It just kind of took off. You've heard of it, Home Depot, it's just, like it's always something like that. There's
anyway,
as a
lark, I'm going to drink $300 of THC liquid now.
Yes, there's always rampant drug use. One of the guys, like they'll pregame this thing. That's
mostly me. I was talking.
They'll be posting links in our Discord like this is all the alcohol and marijuana that I am bringing to the hangout to get drunk and stoned. I couldn't find mushrooms, but don't worry, next month I'll have mushrooms. And I'm like, oh my god, dude!
Starts
take it easy.
At 11 a.m. Central.
No. So for the first show,
earlier then.
So we can only do 25 patrons in each show. Not only does it get a little ridiculous if you got more than 25, but also like that's the group limit
on Discord.
So on Discord. So they line up at 5 a.m. They are in line for 7 hours in there, pre-gaming, chatting, talking. And like they don't just click it and leave it. You might be thinking that, like, you can't because Discord will move you to the AFK room. They're in there for 5 hours waiting on us to arrive. So I usually wake up about an hour and a half early, take a shower, and the first thing I do when I get out of bed is I come over here and join the room so that I've got a slot because it's going to fill up. You won't have a slot.
I was late to last month's Patreon. But I stayed for 4 hours and I did a solo show after everybody was gone. There's one guy, Choco Thunder. We always talk basketball. And usually after about 4 minutes, Kyle's like, all right, that's enough basketball talk. I'm like, Kyle's not here. This is going to be great. Dirty's like, all right, that's enough basketball.
They're talking in-depth stats and like who's going to play point guard for the Nets this year. And
I have no one else in my whole life to talk basketball with. And he is both really knowledgeable and forgiving when my knowledge doesn't live up to his. And I like talking basketball with him, but it doesn't last long.
He's a real unicorn in our community because he's African-American, and we need as many African-American fans and patrons as we
could get more black guys to join the hangout. I might get a 5th basketball minute.
Or an interracial fuck show, which is the real goal.
Yeah, that would be better.
Chocolate Thunder's got a white girlfriend. Maybe we can talk him into it. He showed up late. It was so funny. He showed up late, in the second hangout. And I was like, you missed the fuck show. And he's like, fuck. He was so upset. He's like, I missed it. And then he's like scanning the boxes and he sees the naked girl in the background. And he's like, fuck. Damn it. Why didn't anybody text me?
This might be a little dangerous to talk about publicly, but it turns out the animation, we never hit the Patreon goal to hit the to have to deliver on the animation. We hit it briefly, but it's supposed to stay there, and we never received that. We should come up with a goal that's better than that one. So I don't think anyone really wants the animation. That's a pretty cool, like 2014 idea. What should we do that people do want? Like, I would love to switch it so that if we ever hit it, it's the right goal.
Yeah, so, and just to clarify, like the issue is that like because of the way the money like flows into the Patreon and like shows the dollar amount, like it's the dollar amount that like we're able to cash out at the end of the month. That has to hit 15,000, and it didn't do that, which is what meeting goals means.
It hit it like in the middle of the month for a day or two or something. It's in the 13s now, but
yeah. So basically, you had like rollover from the previous month that was making it look that way. But first of all, I'll say, if people really do want, we can do like some sort of a vote or a poll or something. If amongst the patrons, by the way.
No, it'll be on my Twitch chat, Taylor Merca on Twitch.
Right, that's a good place.
Yeah, that's
to
where we'll
figure
hold it. We'll hold it through a paywall. Over everyone who donates $3 gets a vote. And,
no, it's free to vote in my chat, so we get the best ideas.
Just post a comment, huh?
Yeah.
So
and subscribe with Amazon Prime, free.
Well, yeah.
I was in. I mean, we were talking about it in my Twitch, and the consensus amongst those guys, which is a tiny little subset of the people watching the show, was that the animation complaints were really just people enjoying poking at us, and that there wasn't a burning desire to get an animated highlight. And it's like,
yeah, I don't care either way.
Yeah, right. I like the idea of having a goal, and I also like the idea of something cooler than an animated highlight.
I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll email every patron and get them to do a poll about that. And because those are the only people whose votes matter, because they're the ones who are paying for.
That's how we should hold elections in general.
Yes.
Every dollar.
It would be like letting anyone else vote would be like letting Mexicans and Canadians vote in our election. That's the comparison.
I'm not letting those damn Canucks vote in our election.
What if the amount they buy on the Patreon is the amount of votes they get?
Your vote will strengthen. You dollar guys, you get one vote, and the $50 get 50 points per vote. That's only fair.
It's democracy. What'd you say, Taylor?
It's an oligarchy of like the most powerful donors make all the decisions.
Of course, my vote counts for 5,000, Taylor's for 5,000, and Woody's for 5,000.
I wasn't sure where he was going on that. I was like, we'll see what my...
No. That's a whole different kind of government. So yeah, and maybe I'll ask. I'd like to hear what the wider fan base thinks, of course, about like what other good goals would be, because maybe there's a goal that would convince you to sign up for the Patreon too, if that were a goal, perhaps. So like that's not lost upon me, but But yeah, I'm open to any.
This could be a bad idea. I'm not remotely married to it. But would people rather have a dedicated like PKA plays or some amount of them over an animated highlight a month?
I thought that was already a thing. Am I wrong?
I don't know. You're probably right.
It seemed like we did that last month. We did like when we played Left 4 Dead, right?
I need to know our own levels better for sure. but yeah, I don't know. Maybe there's something better than animated. My little
and if not, I can think of a ton of funny clips from the show over the years that would be hilarious animated. Like,
yeah, I don't care. I don't care. And of course, I'm doing the animation myself with Microsoft Paint.
Obviously,
it's not cheaper that way. Just so you know, they are $5,000 is what it's costing for me to do this. So it's not about saving money. It's just
taking a net loss on animations.
Yes, it's just about stealing from you all. That's what it's about.
Huge, high quality, like Family Guy style animations. We're in the red again.
God, Kyle's animation is
fired. Seth MacFarlane. What were we thinking? Now we have to pay him residuals on the Peter Griffin voice.
Why did we hire celebrities to do our voices?
I didn't think. No, I knew.
That's the dumbest idea ever. Find someone who can impersonate us.
Starring Matthew McConaughey as Matt Woodworth.
Hey, my name's Woody, and I like to do woodwork. Isn't that funny? Doesn't even sound like him. We just been rushing on Fiverr to do Kyle. That's so many years past when it was a joke.
I was driving a tractor back before it was cool. Just sitting there twiddling his thumb. Yeah. But yeah, I love hanging out with those guys in that hangout. I actually look forward to it. Like the night before it, I'm like, hangouts tomorrow. We're gonna see some wild shit. Like somebody's gonna go unconscious. Someone will go unconscious from drinking or smoking, or we'll hear some wild story. You never know what you're gonna see in the background, and you might see a fuck show.
Yeah, I'm surprised that actually happened. I thought that was all talk after the last couple months. And
the first guy that said he was going to do it was all talk. He said I was supposed to understand it was a joke. He wrote it in text. I'm supposed to get the inflection in text-to-speech's voice that he was only kidding.
Yeah, I kicked him right out immediately. No refunds.
Gone.
Bitch.
But then someone else filled that void.
You lied to Woody. You've overstepped.
I'm like Mike Pence. You go to jail for that. You lie to me.
You're
bankrupt. Lie to the grand jury, as far as I'm concerned. You're done. There are consequences and repercussions for that sort of thing. But yeah, I'm hoping we get another show next month. Should you want me to ask that gentleman if we're going to get some more action?
I do want you to ask that. Yeah.
Yeah, you can.
We're doing the show as I type.
It has to be a different woman, though. Tell him that.
Just wanted to know. No pressure.
No. A little pressure. Hey, you're gonna be able to deliver again, right?
Well, ... A little pressure. Will we all get another fuck show next month? Laugh my ass off. Yeah.
It's written so coyly up until the fuck show. Oh, gee, might you consider another bit of
pardon me, sir,
on the call? Another fuck show, so to speak.
Dude,
yeah.
My friends seem to be able to find mushrooms, the kind that get you high, reliably for free. If this is the case, why isn't everyone doing it? Apparently,
because it's not fun.
No idea. I've never looked for those mushrooms.
It is not a fun high.
Oh,
for some people it is. It's a different high. Like you smoke weed and you're like, haha, let's go watch some Family Guy and eat some fucking bean burritos. You take mushrooms and it's kind of needs to be a guided experience, like acid almost. Like you might need a sober person around to look after you. You could have a bad trip.
He said it would magnify your feelings, and so I was at I was doing a paragliding, getting towed behind the boat thing, and he's like, "Yeah, Woody, like, you really like these guys." I'll just say it's Mark and Elena. They're the people that are going to do van life after Army, and I think really highly of them. Anyway, he's like, if you were to do mushrooms around them, you guys would all be like so cool.
Oh
like,
no, we live in a van.
you guys would have like you've got positive vibes anyway. The vibes would get much more positive. That's how he described a mushroom high. Maybe that's wrong.
When I took mushrooms the first time, we went to the park. I had a good time. I felt a little bit of what's the word? Just sort of giddy happiness, I suppose.
Okay.
Just kind of it was very pleasant, but it wasn't an overpowering kind of thing. I didn't think I took enough. I did notice the colors of especially the greens were just popping.
They said something about colors too popping.
Yeah, it was a bright sunny day and we were in a park, obviously, with trees and lots of grass, but the grass in particular, the way the sun was reflecting off of it, it almost seemed like the grass itself was emitting light. Like the grass was like a neon light source, almost like just to a small extent, but a noticeable extent.
Were you running around or were you just like sitting looking?
We were just walking through the park, walking by a lake and feeding some ducks.
A lady friend? Is that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. I only had like 1/8 of an ounce. So we I don't know if we split 1/8, but, or maybe like we did a trial run first and then we split it again. So we each ended up getting like a 32nd of an ounce. In any case, it wasn't enough. And then the second time was like a couple years later with a different girl. And that's the story I've told before about passing out in Walmart and like having a whole complete meltdown. I had like basically a panic attack that led to unconsciousness and falling face first into a rack of sunglasses. Like,
I know less about drugs than anyone, but it seems like if you're new to a drug, it's smart to have a tour guide. You know, like that's even true with alcohol. You might not know, like if you somehow had no information about alcohol, you might want to know, like, oh yeah, for a guy your size who doesn't drink, 3 beers is probably where you should stop. After that, the fun gets bad. And then from there, you can make a more educated decision next time you drink. Maybe, I don't know, a tour guide, just someone who can.
Something like alcohol is way more like tick, 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 like ticking up, whereas shrooms is going to like hit you more. So like more suddenly, you know, like if you're like Woody, let's say you're sipping a Bud Light. You finish that Bud Light, you start the second one, the middle of the second one, you're like, oh, I kind of feel that first one. After the second one, like you're really inching that feeling up. Whereas if you're taking LSD or shrooms, it's like, oh fuck, I took way too much
time to consume. If you could drink 9 cans of beer as easily as you could eating a gummy bear, then you could drink too much.
Yeah,
right?
That's true. You can still drink too much like that. Yeah. I guess all drugs and drinking stuff all has to do with like how much you ate.
It's just alcohol's harder to drink than these other things. You know, there's like a natural inhibitor, either the volume of it or the taste of it or something.
So he replied, he's like, yeah, I think we can arrange something. And then he sent me a picture of his girlfriend's tits.
What a cool guy.
He's just like pulling her shirt up. I'm pretty sure he just took that picture.
Yeah. We got called for an encore, hon.
It's an honor.
Bravo. Talking about acid and shrooms made me think of this movie I watched very recently. Have you ever heard of a movie called Deadman's Shoes?
No.
2004. It was some bullshit like recommended for you in the Amazon section, just on Amazon Prime. And, you know, wedged between a couple other shitty movies. And it was one of those things where it's like, okay, whatever, that's pulling me in a little bit. The description is like, man with retarded brother seeks revenge on those who bullied him when he returns from the army. And it's like, this seems a little dumb, but that's an interesting premise. I'm in. And so I start it, and I'm kind of like doing something else, not really paying that much attention. Within like 10 minutes, I'm pretty hooked on this. First of all, something about this movie is like, you know how usually movies are edited in a way that you can tell when there's a flashback because of context and flow. They must have realized either in the editing or at the end that the flashbacks are so jumpy and disjointed in this movie that they have to put like that old timey filter of like crackling screen and black and white on every single flashback throughout the whole movie to like cement home. Because if they didn't do that in this movie, I would be totally lost.
It'd be like watching The Witcher.
Yeah, they don't pace it very well. But basically, I was like, basically, this guy's going to come back and get revenge on some guys who like called his slow brother some mean names. No, it shows like flashbacks. So basically, he leaves. This mentally handicapped brother of his doesn't have anywhere to go, so he starts hanging out with these like no good nicks in fucking Manchester, wherever the fuck they were in England. And it shows the flashbacks, and I'm imagining them like throwing beans at him or something, being like, ha ha ha, you can't read or something. It's one of the guys corners him in the kitchen and is like, what the fuck do you think you're doing here? You're a fucking retard. You're screaming this in the guy's face as he's doing it. And he says, and this is one of my favorite lines in the movie, I know you'll like this, Kyle, is he gets in the retarded guy's face and he goes, you can either get on your knees and suck my cock. He's saying this to a retarded guy in the kitchen. He's like, like he's scared. And he goes, or you can opt for the special surprise. And then he goes, special surprise? And looking like the heaviest, fastest punch, he hits this handicapped guy and drops him like a sack and then starts kicking him. And it's like, okay, this is a real level of terrorism that I wasn't expecting when the title of the card said bully. I thought like, we put glue on his chair while you were in the army. No, they're like screaming, calling him a retard, beating the shit out of him. Then the brother gets back and like from the army, and he like immediately makes it his mission. Like, I'm going to get revenge on like these 5 guys who did this. And so he goes around like in a gas mask, and at no point in the movie is the brother at all on even footing with these bullies. He's like a Spetsnaz level operator. And these guys who are bullying him, like at one point when they realize they might have to kill someone, they're like, oh, that's fucking deep, bruv. Fucking kill some. Fuck. He's coming for us, isn't he? Like they were like panicking, and he comes to their place of, you know, drug house or whatever. They're like low level losers. And he breaks in, and like, this is like the first 8 minutes, and it shows him in the gas mask standing over two of them with a hammer in his hand, and then like a bunch of makeup. And then like the next scene, you see all the guys wake up with like makeup all over their faces, like an actual prank. The guys who like were kicking his brother and calling him a retard, and they're like, oh my God, like he was in here. He could have killed us if he wanted to. And so they like all in like a little British car drive to where this guy met, because they're like, it must be that retarded guy's older brother. He's so fucking scary. Why'd we pick on him? You know? Then they go there, and it's like 5 of them surrounding this guy, and he's just, and they're like, yo, we know it was you. And he's like, I could have killed you last night. I'm going to kill all of you. You can't stop me. And they're like, oh, you know, we're sorry about this. You know, he's like, I'm going to kill every single one. And then he just leaves, just fucking leaves. And then it shows another flashback of like how they terrorized this kid. So like to initiate him into the gang, he goes up to this woman in their like drug house. This is while the other son was still in, the other brother rather was still in the army. And the mean man is like, hey, bitch, you go in there and you fuck that dim-witted motherfucker. And she's like, I don't want to fuck him. He's weird. I don't want to. And he starts beating the shit out of her. Be like, I'll fucking kill you if you don't get in there and fuck that guy. What are you going to do? What are you going to do now? And she's like, I'm going to go in there and I'm going to fuck that guy. And then she goes in there, and she's like, knowing that other guy's going to kill her, she's like trying to jack him off. But he's just laying in the bed going, what are you doing? What are you doing? Like not fully liking it. It's way more brutal of a movie than I thought it was going to be. But then he starts really letting them have it. He starts killing him, blows a guy's head off. The gangsters stalked him down to his house and then brought, I guess, 1 bullet for their rifle. And like as he came out, because like, you know, it's England, so like they don't really have shit. And so they're like in their car, like 100 yards away. The dude comes out with an axe. For some reason, one of their own guys runs over to talk to him, and they accidentally cap their own guy in the head with a rifle, and they kill him. And then their concern is, oi, bruv, we just fucking killed Johnny there on his fucking Porsche. He's going to call the police on us. And they're like, he's not going to call the fucking police on us. He's going to fucking murder us. Like, they go back, and it shows like the final thing that, and as he's like murdering all of them, little like other flashbacks, but it gets to like the core of the bullying that shows the reason that was revealed now, that his brother killed himself. This whole time you were just seeing like, I guess, a ghost, like a Sixth Sense version of the mentally handicapped brother standing watching him do this, but it was really a ghost, his just memory. And so what happened, the big thing is this group of guys, they kidnapped him. Like right after the brother apparently went to the military. So they must have been waiting. They kidnapped him. They forced him to take acid. They like held his head open and were like feeding him acid. And he's like, oh. And they keep doing it. It's brutal. And they take him to a farm, and they're like leading him around an abandoned farm. They take a rope, put it around his neck, and they're leading him like an animal, and he's tripping on acid. This is a real movie. I just watched it. And then they get into this like burnt out cobblestone building, and like there's a little hole in the wall from the inside and the outside, and they like pull him in there. They force his head into the little hole, and they pull the rope through the other side. They're like, you're gonna stay right the fuck here. You're gonna stay right the fuck here. You're not gonna come. And then they all run away as if they've pulled a prank. And then they just leave this handicapped man in the middle of this abandoned farm, and he kills himself. And that's the reason that the brother came back from the military with 5 axes to grind. And he killed all those guys, except for the last guy who he brought to the same place his brother killed himself. And then he forced the other guy to kill him instead, because he's like, I just realized killing is awesome, and I'm going to keep doing it all the time if you let me live. And so he like forces this other guy, and the other guy's like was the one of the group who like just his biggest crime was not stopping it. Like even in he's like, this is fucking, and this guy's like, I don't want to kill you. And he's like, fucking kill me, just fucking just screaming, bullying this man and just stabbing him to death. And then he bleeds out, and that's the end of the film. It was I'd give it a 7 out of 10. It kept me engaged the whole time.
Yeah.
Even
if Woody went to get a pen and pad to write down the title so that he can watch it later. I think that's why he walked away.
I think that's why. I think he was so interested in Dead Man's Shoes, the 2004 film, which was in the recommended for me section at Amazon.
That is telling. That's the best part about that whole awful thing you just said.
The fact that, like, in the little placard thing, it said bullying. That is not bullying. That is 10 levels above bullying. If you see bullying in there, you think it's going to be schoolyard pranks and silliness. And the revenge is going to be that we spook him harder than he's ever been spooked before. Gosh darn it. Well, not cutting people's fingers off and forcing handicapped people to hang themselves. So anyway, I thought that was an interesting movie.
Sounds awful. You're not
going to give it a watch?
No, I don't think that one's for me. That like I was getting like uncomfortable listening to you describing it. I was just like, and then they like raped him. Oh, okay, and and they wanted him to suck his dick. But they just beat him terribly instead. Well, I guess that's better.
Yeah, because he opted for the surprise.
He opted for the surprise.
Yeah, he opted for the surprise, which was
I guess just kind of his fault then, huh?
This guy, almost as if he was about to hit a slow person, telegraphed like elbow to ankle. No. Just like full, like half crescent, just a waning gibbous punch. That's how much of a there was over the top. So
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. It was way more brutal than I thought. I thought it was going to be a silly little.
Watch the whole thing though.
Watch the whole thing. Well, I needed to know how it was going to end.
In for a penny, in for a pound.
In for a penny, in for a pound. And then at the end, when I found out that the retarded brother was dead the whole time, it was like, oh, well, this really is irredeemable.
Spoiler alert for all of you film aficionados who are just about to load this one up.
No, I said that in the story. But 16 years ago, they could have watched this. Well, let's see how it did on Rotten Tomatoes. 58. Not bad.
It's actually not bad for a movie about avenging a bullied retarded person.
Yeah. And like they did the kind of like acting of a handicapped person where like it was just like a guy whose eyes dart around a lot and just puts his teeth on top of his lip. Like there wasn't a lot of, there was no One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest level acting here. It was just like, all right, we need you to bite your lip and look around like you're kooky. And he's like, all right, that was about the level of it. But I don't know. It was the little revenge parts where he killed the bullies. That was nice, But then when he dies at the end, you guess, well, they certainly deserved it because that's the way he killed 3 of the bullies too. They were all like looking for him because they were all, there's like these like 3 stooges of guys were looking for him in their own house. Like he's probably already here. And they're like looking around and they can't find him, but it shows him in their kitchen pouring an enormous amount of LSD into their tea. And then the 3 bad guys are like drink the tea and then they're all tripping balls. And he just goes around and one of them, he just fucking executes. Another one stabs him to death. That part was good. Because those were the ones that deserved it, They were the ones that like threatened the guy to suck his dick and forced a retarded man to take many, many tabs of acid before abandoning him at a farm.
Jesus.
Yeah. It wasn't uplifting.
No,
there wasn't a second part to that sentence either.
Fair enough.
I left the inflection there, and then I realized there was nothing positive to say.
Yep, there's nowhere to fall back. Yeah.
No.
What have you been playing game-wise? You been playing anything different?
I've popped back into Magic the Gathering Arena a little bit, and it's been so fucking long since I've played that like standard has changed 2 or 3 times. And so basically now I took the deck that I had built a year ago at this point, and I tried to jump into like a standard match with it, and they're like, nope, you got to go change everything. And so I'm trying to like build up a backlog of cards now. I'm sticking all the green so I can really focus in on that. and get as many cards and like really focus the build on that so I can get more competitive with it faster. But even with the shitty decks, like I'm winning most of my matches. You know, part of that I'm winning the fucking whelming majority of my matches because I'm still like in bronze tier 4 playing against like some people who don't even know how to play it because I'm just starting in the stacked or ranked or whatever again. But yeah, I've been getting really into that. I'll probably stream some of that in the next couple of days. I've been real busy with stuff this past few days, so I haven't been able to. But yeah, that's the one I'm jumping into. I want to do more zombies. That'll be fun. I haven't done zombies in like a week. I want to do some. I'm gonna play some of that tomorrow night if you're down to stream it.
Of course, yeah. I play every day. I've been unlocking diamond weapons. I got all my shotguns diamond. I got the knife diamond. I got the grenade launcher diamond. But
you finally got the grenade launcher.
That was the first thing I got taken care of.
Oh, maybe I was thinking of shotguns.
Yeah, the shotguns I've been working on this week. But now that I've seen the diamond camo, oh, it's so shitty. It looks awful.
Are you going to use it just to show you have it, or are you going to back it down to a cool looking one?
I'm going to change it to something else. It's too ugly. Like I don't even like looking at it. It's like pink rhinestones all over your gun, and it's not even like a pink that looks natural. It's just like this glowy pink that looks like shit. The thing is, if you unlock diamond on every weapon in the game, then you get like some sort of like camo that moves. It looks like, I don't know, like black murkiness moving around.
They've had those before, yeah.
So I don't know if I'm going to try to get that or not. I'm
watching a clip of the diamond ammo right now. This really just isn't that cool.
It's hideous. It's not worth having. So is the gold. Like the gold for just completing all the challenges on one weapon. That's bullshit. You get diamond for completing all the challenges on every weapon in a category. And it's shit. So like I don't like any of the camos. I don't know why they made them so shitty like that. But I am enjoying zombies.
All your meaningful stuff has been upgraded all the way for a while, right? Like the perks,
Oh yeah. Yeah, I've spent all the Ethereum crystals that I can. And now you just don't earn any more Ethereum crystals. I'm looking forward to them dropping the new perks. And I think they're going to tinker with adding some new Easter eggs into the game. But it's going to be, like I said, like February or January at least before we get a new map.
Are they adding those new perks into this existing map? Will they be added in the new map?
That's my understanding. And nothing is like super confirmed by Treyarch. Just I watch a lot of zombies videos on YouTube, and that's what they think is going to happen. That they're going to release those 4 perks and a few other things onto this map, or maybe at the beginning of season 1, whenever that is, and then season 2 will be the Vietnam Firebase map, which sucks. We have to wait that long because I'm already getting tired of this map. I've played so much.
Oh, you must be exhausted of it. You've put hundreds of hours in.
I don't know how many hours. I don't know.
100 hours. Then I don't know.
I don't know if Battle.net has a timer, but it's a lot.
That's what those video game companies are shooting themselves in the foot when they put those timers in there. Like,
you think so?
Yeah. Like people don't want to see that they could have been a concert pianist in the amount of time that they've played League of Legends.
That's how I am with Civilization 5. I've got like 2,500 hours.
That's insane. You could probably be fluent in another language.
I absolutely could be fluent in another language at this point.
But why bother? You conquered the world hundreds of times.
So many times and so many different ways.
You forced them to adopt your language.
My language, my religion, everything. My customs.
Do you even play that game anymore? Ever? Can you remember the last time?
I don't remember the last time I played, but I will play it again sometime. Like I'll play Lek Mod, and I'll get 3 or 4 people, and we'll play a multiplayer match probably this year, or next year.
I was never nearly as into Civ as you, but I did get into Civ 5 like a few years ago when you were teaching me how to play it and a few things. And then Civ 6 came out, which I think you were really excited for. And within like 3 play sessions, I was like, this is objectively a worse game. It's clunky, it's shitty. The aesthetics of it are weird and bad and like cartoonish and blocky, which I don't like. And so like I think I would just jump back to 5.
Yeah, I'm not going to play 6 ever again, but I will play 5 again. Like I'll mod it and I'll play it and it'll be great. What was the other game I was thinking of? We've been playing Jeopardy.
Yes, you've been saying. Are you still 8-1?
I'm not. I lost a couple last night.
Oh, no, to who? Who was the
Class is really the only other one who wins. He's a smart guy. and he got real lucky at one point. One of the categories is European geography, and I'm just like,
No, fuck, that's not fair.
He ran the category in Double Jeopardy. He knew every question, and
He ran the category.
He ran the category just like boop boop boop, just every time, just instant
Are there
answers.
equivalent ones for you where it's like U.S. states?
There will be like American history, American geography. So he doesn't know that shit, and I know that shit very well. Anything that's religious, I usually like come close to running the category. Movie and TV, that's all going to be me. Almost every single time I get all of those. We had one category last night was on YouTube, and that was one of the Jeopardy categories. So we did pretty well at that. But sometimes it's really fucking hard.
Chance?
Yeah.
Class is the other one. Can you not hear me?
Mm-hmm.
You should be able to hear me. Yeah.
Just in that moment, I lost a little bit.
Yeah, Kyle's nemesis at Jeopardy.
Yeah, it's been very fun. I like Jeopardy. I like code names. I like those competitive, intellectual type games.
Have you played the decoding one where you try to undo a bomb? Like, I will give you clues and you'll perhaps.
We've looked at that before.
Time.
It looks so frustrating.
I've played it before, but it looked like it was going to be too much to get into and way too much to be good at. All right, we'll get the bomb stopped, but we're never going to be good at this unless we have a notepad in real life next to us and like you're flipping through pages, guiding me through stuff. And that just didn't seem fun to me.
Okay.
Maybe in VR, but still, I think it'd just be frustrating. I like trivia a lot.
This is the one where I'm like, describe the wires to me. And you're like, oh, there's a red, a blue, and a something. And then I tell you which one to clip.
Yeah.
Yeah. It makes for some compelling videos.
To that. Oh, but for video content, I can see how that would be funny. We'd be like, no, you stupid fuck. That, yeah. Getting mad at each other.
The other red wire, that's magenta.
No, they're just, I've seen some videos that people are very good at. They're very competent. And you're like, how are they doing this? It's good stuff. It probably takes a while to get to that level.
Yeah, I'm not interested in that so much. I've played it before. I think I've beaten it before, but I didn't like it.
Yeah.
Woody, I saw how interested. Just a reminder that movie I was describing, that really good sounding one, was called Deadman Shoes.
Yeah, I probably won't
Just
be checking that out.
Yeah, probably such a stupid fucking movie. I swear Amazon's recommended for you section just means, whatever people aren't watching, please watch this. Like, please get the metrics up on this trash content.
Did you guys watch The Liberator?
What's that?
It's sort of animated. It looks like they took real life actors and used cell shading. It takes place in World War II, and there are these guys who kind of watch. I guess they were smuggling Jewish people out of Germany, and they basically go to a haunt. Oh fuck! I'm completing my things. This guy is a good. I mixed up two stories. The Liberator is a guy who goes and takes a bunch of soldiers from jail. They were in, their J company, and he gives them a sense of purpose, and they fight, and it's pretty cool. I like it. There was times when I'm like, this is like an animated Band of Brothers, maybe a notch below that, but I enjoyed it.
A notch below Band of Brothers is still a really good show. Like maybe what is this on?
Netflix. Yeah,
Netflix.
The Liberator. Kyle, you didn't see it? I watched all of it.
I have not seen it, but I'm looking at the look of it right now. It looks kind of cool.
Yeah, I think it's pretty good. The other one I talked about is not as good. It's like a horror war movie, but this one is pretty good. They use rotoscoping. Anyway, the animated part, I almost wish it wasn't, but it has its own look, and I got involved with the characters, and it was pretty cool.
Does the animation style distract you or something? Like
it looks like Borderlands almost. The video game. I think it's cell shading and.
Yeah, it's like real people, real actors, real Jeeps and stuff, but then they like paint over them, and it's like a little distracting.
Painting them over them in post, and I'm pretty sure in filming. They would like maybe you've seen like Knuckles have creases that are just exaggerated and stuff. I'm like, that guy probably looked ridiculous during filming because he has lines on his nose and like, accenting his ears and stuff. But after the cell shading, it looked less ridiculous. But The Liberator, it's a pretty good watch.
It's like a more realistic Archer kind of animation.
Yeah.
What I did watch and loved was the new episode of The Mandalorian. That was the best episode in a very long time. It was the title of the episode is The Jedi, and we get to see Asoka, played by Rosario Dawson. She did a great job, and the lightsaber stuff was cool. All of her combat was cool. The whole episode was great. We got a bunch of backstory. We finally learned what Baby Yoda's name is, what his backstory is. Grogu.
Did you know his name was leaked like a year ago?
I didn't. I don't read leaks and stuff.
Dude, if you had me make up a Star Wars character's name, it would be better than Grogu.
Kyle, the Jedi that we met. Can you say her name again? It's a hard one.
Ahsoka.
Is that foam hat she's wearing supposed to be a foam hat? Are those like head arms? What is that? Obviously a foam hat thing she's wearing.
That's her hair.
It's hair, so you could cut it and it wouldn't hurt her.
That's my understanding, but I haven't delved too deeply into it.
I thought she was an alien species that had hand hair or something.
She is. She lives to like 250 years or something like that, and she's like 40 there.
No, if you cut this shit off, it would bleed. That's a
good, that's maybe the phrasing that I needed. If you cut,
are you looking at the animated version or the TV?
No,
version?
I made sure to put in the Mandalorian. It's and it's Rosario Dawson. Like it looks more like slugs, like they'd be squishy slugs than like tight hair.
It looked.
Do they move? Do they kind of like move around on her like their tentacles?
I never noticed them moving. It is so obviously a foam hat from a low-budget prop department. This looks like you could buy it off Amazon for $4.99 as a Halloween costume.
Oh, wait a minute. That's a headdress I'm reading here.
A headdress? Like, here's the picture I'm looking at.
See, it's got wrinkles in it.
Yeah, right? That is so clearly a low-budget foam hat.
Yeah, that's like Halloween store.
Look,
I guess I don't know what it is. I guess I don't know what it is.
I can tell you what it is. It's a low-budget foam hat. It's clearly what it is. I wonder, did someone paint it in prop department? And you know what? Maybe they like painted it, sat on it by accident, got it all wrinkled up, and were like, fuck. Well, I'm not going to paint another one.
I think it's supposed to have those creases. It's like the inside of your elbow when you bend it.
Wait, but
okay.
So it is not hair. It is a headdress.
Now I'm not sure. I think that the thing she has on over it is a headdress of some kind, but that is some sort of like flesh.
Yeah, see, if you stabbed her in one of those, she would notice.
Yeah,
I'm starting to think
that is all like some sort of fleshy material. It's irrelevant. She's got weird head. It was a great episode. We got to see a Jedi. We got Michael Biehn was in the episode. He's one of my favorite actors. Terminator, Aliens, and Tombstone, 3 of my favorite movies of all time. He was in them, and he plays the mercenary. It was one of the better episodes. Lots of backstory, some fun like Baby Yoda shit. And we got to see Ahsoka played by the perfect actress to play her. I'm a big fan of Rosario Dawson anyway. And she did a good job. I like the lightsaber fight with that chick who had the staff. It's a good episode.
Are you still watching through it, Woody, or are you checked out from
actually I guess I'm current. I've seen this episode on The Mandalorian.
Okay.
I liked it. I think Kyle enjoys it more than I do, but it's weird. I am simultaneously saying, one of the better things going on right now and not that good, which seem like they'd conflict with each other, but that's where my head is. I don't know. Somehow I anticipate it and then I watch it and it's a letdown every time. And I do that every week.
Maybe you just got to set your sights lower.
Right?
Like,
I have complained about other people doing this to Star Wars for 5 years now. Like, that was a good movie. You just expected it to be a cultural icon for the next 30 years, and that's too much hype. I watched Mandalorian. That was a good show. It's just not, Star Wars level good.
Yeah.
To me.
I think it's some of the best Star Wars content that's ever been made. The special effects are so fucking good. They're as good as the movies when they have like space stuff and like, especially like 3 episodes ago when they were flying their ship down on that ice planet and going through crevasses. That looked great.
Maybe I
don't
only
know.
take notice of the things I think are. I might just be looking at it through a negative lens, which I hate when people do, but here I am. And every time, Star Wars. I'm sorry, Star Trek: Next Generation. Every time the ship is getting hit, the people just shake, and then they shake the camera, and it looks like the low-budget special effects it is. Every time I see that in Mandalorian, I'm like, what the fuck is... Who thought this was good enough? What the hell is happening?
I expect them to actually build a spacecraft first.
I look at Baby Yoda. Everybody thinks Baby Yoda is the coolest thing. I'm like, it's a doll, right? Everyone else can see this is a very fake looking doll. But no,
that's not Baby Yoda. That's Goo Goo, the famous fucking Yoda from.
Dude, Baby Yoda looks low budget to me. I'm like, I bet in person he's wildly.
He's all CGI.
It trends
CGI'd up, his little face moving around.
He's not
stuff.
CGI.
Absolutely. What you think? Somebody's operating a puppet?
Yes.
No, it's a reanimated Vern Troyer.
I think it's a little bit of both. I think there's a doll there of some kind, but I think there's CGI in its little peepers and in its face.
I'm Googling it. I think you're right about it being a mix. At least the first thing I'm finding.
I expected them to breed an actual tiny green alien for my Star Wars films.
I guess I expect it to be at the level of like whatever it was, 2003 Avatar, like that level of animation and CGI and work. I have this feeling they could pull off in 2020 for The Mandalorian. Instead, I'm getting Alf, the TV show Alf.
You are not comparing the fucking Baby Yoda to Alf.
Well, I mean, Alf is funnier.
Alf is a way better character.
I don't think you remember what Alf looked like.
Alf?
Yeah.
That's my reaction. That's my reaction to you comparing Baby Yoda to Alf.
Dude.
Yeah, look at that. Wow, look at that alien.
Yeah, dude. Alf is at least as good as Baby Yoda.
Honestly, though, but Kyle, if you scrolled up from Alf and you saw that headdress and the face paint, you might think that's from the same program. That she's talking to Alf, like the clarinet player at that kooky bar that they go to.
Look, you could totally throw Alf into the background of a Star Wars episode. I will not debate that. They had an Ant-Man that they communicated with a couple episodes ago, and he was literally a gigantic ant.
I don't mind that. Yeah, I mean, also even the Baby Yoda gif you just showed looks a little gremlinsy.
Right? Well, there's nothing wrong with that. They're remaking Gremlins. Or no, they're making a sequel. That's they're making a sequel to Gremlins. Yeah, Gremlins 3.
Dude, this
and
Baby Yoda.
It's all in camera, no CGI.
I guess
I've only seen the first one.
If I'm being honest,
what?
He has a little more eye movement and stuff than Alf did. But still, every time I see Baby Yoda, he looks super fake to me.
Yeah.
What do you mean you've never seen Gremlins?
No, I said I've only seen the first one.
Okay, well, that's the only one that matters.
Gremlins
The second one is a
1.
real travesty.
And I was gonna say, like, Gremlins. I think my girlfriend convinced me to watch that, like, this past Halloween season, and I was like, I've always scrolled past this. It looks so stupid. She's
It's
like,
a Christmas movie,
it's
but
actually
okay.
or Christmas. I guess it was longer than I thought, and I actually thought it was pretty good. Kept me invested,
excellent.
entertained.
So I'm old. When I saw Gremlins, we saw it in the theater when it was like a current event, not some historical movie. And all the advertising around Gremlins was it was going to be a movie about adorable little things. It was supposed to be funny. They took the funniest moments. It looked like it was a movie about Baby Yodas. And if you've never seen Gremlins, these little Baby Yodas turn evil inside the first 15 minutes or so, and then am I you going fast on this?
Well, you've got one. So I can't remember what they're called. They're called
all
like
but
evil.
one goes evil.
Well, no, like
a Magpie or something. Maybe,
no.
They fed him after midnight.
So you've got this little critter that looks a bit like a furry Baby Yoda, and I can't remember what those are called. They're like
Magpie,
Ewoy or
right?
something. Magpie, that's it.
Yeah.
and you get this for a pet, and they're like, but don't feed it after midnight, don't get it wet. And when you do, that's what creates gremlins. They like pop off of him and become gremlins. But and the gremlins are evil.
Little eggs pop off.
Yeah. And the gremlins are evil and reptilian looking, rather than the mammalial McGuire, who is like a friendly, nice little cute fucker.
Yeah, I haven't seen it. I thought one made him evil and one made him multiply, but I might be off on that. I thought, was there ever a stage in the movie where there were a bunch of non-evil ones?
No.
Okay.
No.
Well, it's been too long. Yeah, it's literally like 30 years ago. But all the advertising for it was about, I guess, the Magpie. So we thought it was going to be a happy, funny movie. And when you first saw Baby Yoda, he's like, "Whoa!" and his ears perk up, and you're like, "I love this thing." That's what we were expecting. And then all but 15 minutes of it are about evil lizard things killing and destroying, and I don't know.
And meeting horrific ends, right? Yeah. Because like as the people are killing the gremlins with all sorts of household items, like I'm pretty sure one goes in a blender and he's just like no, and there's like and just like chop him into bits. One gets microwaved.
Yeah.
One gets microwaved for sure.
Do you remember when they the way like and the gremlins would creatively kill people too? The scene when they like that old lady is in that like assist ride up the stairs chair that they need, and apparently this one had like an 11 setting, and they turn it all the way up, and she's going like screaming up the stairs, and then she flies through the front of the building. It's a good movie. I mean, I went into it with the only knowledge being like, this looks retarded, there's no way it's going to be good, and so that's why I was surprised.
That is a good way to approach a show. It's the opposite of what I do to the poor Mandalorian, where every week I'm like, well, that's not the best thing I've ever seen.
I mean, I think they set your expectations high because you liked the first season a lot more than this one, right?
I think that's true. Well, better yet, I think I started the first season with a really positive outlook, expecting it to be great. And by the end of it, I was like, these seem like we're not advancing the overall plot very much. It's 90%. This week, we either got lost or our ship broke, or we have to get out of this place every week. And a couple episodes, maybe 5 episodes in, I'm like, this seems kind of formulaic.
Mm-hmm.
And I would say they're still kind of formulaic, where every week
for sure. I mean that's what the show's going to be, because in a universe where you have like light speed, I don't know, faster than light travel, like. The goal seemed to be to get Yoda to his people. I don't know what the goal is now anymore, because that changed in the last episode. But like, if everything just worked and you knew where stuff was, you'd just be like, all right, we're going to take him home. Boom. All right, we're there. Here you go. And that's the end. It's like how it should have ended could make a 30-second episode.
There never seems to be any trouble while they're traveling at light speed. Ships don't interact with each other at light speed. They just sort of, zip there. So he goes from town to town to town, trying to figure out where the Jedi are so he can get Yoda there specifically, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know.
They're about to, if you don't like The Mandalorian, there's about to be a whole bunch of other content that you also want, like from Disney Plus, because
I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful.
Well, they're gonna make they're gonna make an Asoka spinoff for sure. They give her a spinoff. They'll make a fucking.
Is that a prediction, or is this something you know?
Nah, they're saying that. They're already saying that they're gonna make a
character to have a spin-off, the foam hair lady.
She's big in Clone Wars, so
yeah, she's Go ahead. She's the most popular Star Wars character that's alive in that universe right now and is current. I don't know. Luke Skywalker is right in there. He's somewhere, like young Luke Skywalker is somewhere in the Mandalorian universe, just chilling somewhere. But I don't think they'll be. Yeah,
I think I didn't have the time period right.
So what's Darth Vader doing?
He's dead. Luke just killed him. Well, actually, he killed himself. The Emperor killed Darth Vader. Spoiler alert.
That's literally from like 1982.
The Return of the Jedi. Spoiler there. So sorry about that. Or is it Empire? In any case, it's the end of the original trilogy's third movie. We're right after that. The Empire has fallen. The pieces are being picked up. The Death Star is gone. The second Death Star is gone, and Luke Skywalker's out there with Leia and Chewbacca and all those people somewhere.
But they'll probably not make an appearance.
Well, Mark Hamill's almost 60, and I'm sure he's upset about how they handled his character in the last movie he was in.
Didn't they not? Or the only thing I remember was you guys telling me that he like sucked on some bear's nipple for sustenance or something.
Yeah, he drank the milk out of some
Penguins.
space bear. Were they penguins?
I don't know. It seemed like he was farming space penguins and also drinking some sort of a blue milk substance at one point. I don't even want to talk about it. Like I'm as upset with that as I'm almost as upset with how they handled Mark Hamill's Luke Skywalker character as I am with what they did with Game of Thrones.
How did you want them to handle it? What should Luke have been doing other than farming penguin milk?
I mean, he's like the most badass character in Star Wars history. Like,
maybe he was tired of living in the gig economy and he wanted something a little more predictable.
I always thought Mark Hamill was a little bit me in his criticism of this thing. He's like, man, I'm down and out on this island. A better story would have been this. Hear me out. I come with quadruple lightsabers in my hands, and I take on the entire empire by myself, blocking lasers and ninjutsu fucking kung fu flips as I go off knock out the Death Star with my bare hands. And wouldn't it have been great if I was the hero in the next 3 stories too? What if they CGI'd me younger or older? Who gives a fuck? I could have been the hero of all heroes that this universe has ever seen. They had me as a non-star. Yeah. Oh my God.
You should bring him back in the next one. And they're like, he's such a powerful Jedi. He need not even move to fight.
He's like 55 pounds overweight for the first 2 films. He didn't put on that weight for the character. No, he did lose it, I think, in the last one.
He wasn't in the first 2 films. He was only in the one film.
He was
Your eyes are burning.
Was he not in there at all?
In the screen
he was in the last 3 minutes of the first movie, and then he's in the second movie where he dies. And he had lost a ton of weight. He was in shape the whole time he was on camera, and he is literally the fan favorite. If you look at like any message board, any forum, any subreddit that discusses Star Wars, they do not like this trilogy. This did not go well. They don't like what happened with the Rey character and how everything ended. But they loved Luke Skywalker, and they wanted him. He doesn't. It's not him being like, yeah, I should have been a badass. It's like, I am a badass. You like set me up and for 3 movies as like the greatest badasses of all time. There's like a prophecy about me, and like, he should have been a badass instead of like coming back as a like sitting there cross-legged on his island and then like, I don't know.
I just wanted to hear your retort to what he's saying. It was about me with Hamill because your eyes were just daggers.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm referring to right now. Like it is about him. It's his story. It was the story of Luke Skywalker. That's what the first 3 movies are all about. How there's a prophecy of the one who's going to come and balance the Force. And then he showed up and he balanced the Force and he defeated like every obstacle in his way, like the right way. He was never tempted over to the dark side. He's just win. Strongest character in the universe, like last Jedi Master remaining. And they just kind of threw his character away.
Well, how are they going to make new Jedi Masters if the last one isn't there to teach people how to do it?
He's supposed to be there to train one, and then they become a Jedi Master. But he gets there at the end to fight, and he doesn't fight. Like even Yoda in like that stupid like sequel movie, like had an awesome lightsaber battle.
Dude, that was weird too.
That was cool. When Yoda was flipping around all crazy.
Right, so Yoda's walking with the cane the whole time. And then it turns out the cane is a ruse. And all right, I loved it. And there's like some music and stuff. But a little part of me is like...
fraud in the government, I am.
It was weird that he could sword fight like that and not walk. And Mark Hamill was fat in the first movie, I think. I think he lost weight, but he went from super fat to really fat, if I recall. And in the second one, maybe he looked better. But it just felt self-serving for him to be like, I should be the toughest guy in the next trilogy too. Pass it on, right? Obi-Wan wasn't, I don't know, the badass so much in the first trilogy. And by the way, Jedi's going to sulk in privacy it's like totally a Jedi thing. Yoda did that. Obi-Wan did that. Luke did that. Like that's right on par
Yoda
for them to have like
it.
a giant midlife crisis or end of life crisis, whatever you call it. Him going away and sucking on like penguin titties. That's
had no
like what
problem with
Yoda
penguin
did.
titties. I was
That's-
okay with that. It was how he went out at the
Sounds
end.
dumb.
It was how he died. That's what I had a problem
How
with.
did he die?
He could have died fighting. That would have been fine too.
Mhm.
He died because look, he sat cross-legged on his island, Taylor, and he like force projected his image onto another planet across the galaxy, and he was literally a distraction to hold back the army. His like a ghost of him was, because they thought it was real, and like the big bad guy wanted to fight him, and so he distracted them long enough for the good guys to get away.
And that killed him?
Yeah,
Apparently,
that killed him.
force projecting was so exhausting, he turned into dust. Marvel.
He got all tuckered out, Taylor, and he died.
Dude, you know what he should have done is he should have stopped before it killed him.
He should have stopped right before it, just turned off the broadcast, and he just been weakened a little, right?
Yeah.
That's how it works? Or is projecting even for a moment like a death sentence, and it was just the clock was ticking down.
You're right. I don't care about the Star Wars universe at all. But if
I didn't watch the third
would-
movie because that
that would
upset me so
enrage me.
much.
That would really piss me off. That he dies because he knows everything about the world and the universe's mysteries, but he doesn't know that like when is too much for his dust turning limit.
In my opinion, he self-sacrificed, kind of suicided, so that these other people could get away.
By the way, he could have.
That's probably what they
Although
meant.
the same thing would have happened if he just got in the ship with Rey and actually went there and just died, which would have been perfectly acceptable.
Maybe
If
he
he
was too
died if he had just died in a fight, or if he'd done that thing that Obi-Wan Kenobi did in the first Star Wars movie, where he just lets Darth Vader kill him. He's like, if you strike me down, I will return more powerful than you can even imagine. Like, that's
know what?
acceptable.
Dude, but who got the
That
last
was
laugh
dumb.
there?
Yeah, Darth Vader
Darth
got the.
Vader did. Darth
Yeah.
Vader's like, are you dumb? No,
He's
you.
like- He's like,
Thanks.
you're gonna be a neutered ghost at best. And he didn't return more powerful than he could ever imagine. He barely returned at all. He was a
I
dream.
didn't think this
It's a good
through.
point. But
Thank you.
maybe he thought like that would like back Darth Vader down. He was like, oh shit, swoon.
The truth is, I never thought I could win this fight, and I was hoping you
I didn't
wouldn't
actually
call
think
my
you'd do it.
bluff.
Lonely I was, so lied about the powers I did. Like, this is terrible.
Fuck
Why
it.
would you trick me into this blue
Who's the best?
perennial
Who's the
fucking?
best swordsman in the universe? Is it Yoda?
Man,
Lightsaber
you gotta-
battle in
You got to watch
particular.
such nerdy
General
shit on
Grievous.
YouTube to get that answer.
General Grievous loses like 4 arms to Obi one at a time, right? Am I right?
Yeah,
on this?
seems like
I was
Obi-Wan
just-
Kenobi was.
He's the only deep dive reference I have.
It seems like Obi-Wan Kenobi was the best that we saw on film because he just defeated everybody. Like he beat Darth Maul. Yeah.
But didn't they 2-on-1 Darth Maul for a bit? They weakened him.
Well, he killed Qui-Gon Jinn. So they were separated by they were 2-on-1 for like a moment, but that had no. effect
Oh
on, like,
yeah,
the
I forgot.
outcome
He
of the
kills
fight.
Liam Neeson first.
Yeah, and then like I think there's some like fan fiction about Mace Windu, like Samuel L. Jackson's character, but he defeated the Emperor, but then Anakin comes in and like sucker punches him and cuts his hand off. So
Yeah,
yeah, I don't know. It seems like Obi-Wan Kenobi's got the best record in the Star Wars cinematic universe.
Darth Vader beat him though. Sure, it's a default victory, but that's because Obi-Wan gave up.
They need a rubber match to figure that one out because he already defeated Darth once.
Who defeated Darth Vader in a lightsaber battle ever? Obi-Wan?
Obi-Wan, he cut his leg. That's how he became Darth Vader.
Oh yeah, yeah. But that was Anakin. He probably got robot powers. Like he's
Actually
stronger.
less powerful because of the suit.
Really?
Oh, that's stupid. I choose not to believe that. No, less powerful. He's got all that tech. They're going light speed through space, and it's making it.
It's a life support suit, not like a Superman suit. He's walking around in an iron lung
And this is way less cool now that you're
with
telling
no
me.
legs and missing an arm.
I think
And he
that
can't breathe on his own.
breathing option was more of an intimidation factor. It was a choice.
That or the hot air from the lava seared his lungs.
Yeah. Yeah. Man, that's disappointing. You're right. His suit didn't do anything cool.
It actually, apparently, it was made to be extra uncomfortable and irritating to his skin, so he'd always be mad, and it would help enhance his.
Is that true? Is that part of the?
That's true.
But
Yeah.
he's in charge.
I think you're.
He could-
No, he's not.
I googled who was the best swordmaster, and it's as if Kyle was reading it while I asked it to him. Obi-Wan Kenobi is the greatest Jedi swordsman. something about Mace Windu was considered a master of all the forms. There's Sarushu and something else. Anyway, all the guys Kyle named are at the top of the list. And Obi-Wan, my scanning is number 1.
And I hate Star Wars. I just always like to finish these talks off with like I feel like it makes my opinion that Star Wars is bullshit. It bolsters that opinion to let you know that like I am so steeped in Star Wars backstory and knowledge. I've read the comics. I've watched the animated shit. I watched these deep dive videos where they're talking about characters that were written about in non-canon novels. All sorts of bullshit. I know about Yoda's girlfriend. Like
I'm on board. Like if you rail
it.
against Christianity, yet you don't know any of the Bible, your opinion doesn't count for too much to me, you know? But if you're an expert in the Bible and you rail against Christianity, you can go toe to toe with the people that support it, then I'm more impressed. So anyway, that's you. You're an expert in the Jedi Bible, yet you hate it.
I hate it. It's the most overhyped, overblown, terrible. I mean, the first 3 are awful. Every one of them are awful. Here's me ranking Star Wars content ever.
Every one of them.
The Clone Wars is the best thing that was ever made. It's number 1.
Okay.
Number 2, in my opinion, is The Mandalorian. Maybe I've got recency bias, but I really like Pedro Pascal. I really like the Mandalorian backstory, the mythos, and everything. And I do like the nostalgia of them going back to a universe that could have been so good but wasn't, and they're making it pretty fucking good. I agree with you. It's not the best show ever. It's not Game of Thrones in its prime. It's not that, but it's real good. And I whenever it's coming on, I go watch it. And then the third best Star Wars property that I've ever seen was Rogue One. I liked Rogue One a lot. When they go to like steal the plans for the Death Star, you got a whole new cast of characters, none of which you've ever heard of before. You got that cool robot that you actually feel sorry for when it dies. That's the third best
Very
thing.
good.
After that, I don't fucking care. It's all about the same. It's all garbage. Some of it's more infuriating than others.
Rogue One might be number 1 to me.
It's great.
That's my favorite.
It's great.
I wish they do like Batman, right? This is Christian Bale's Batman, Return of the Dark Knight. Is that what it's called? Something like that.
Dark Knight Returns. Yeah.
Okay.
I think
you're right.
Yeah.
And that to me, to my recollection, was the first mainstream sort of gritty superhero story. It was dark, right? Good guys had a bad side, and he could be rough, and I thought it was really good. You know, I think there was a little hype around Heath Ledger's Joker and his death, and that made it like the highest ranked movie of all time. It beat Casablanca or something, Gone with the Wind, whatever it beat.
Yeah.
But it was really good. And I think I'd like to see them do that with Star Wars, like they did with Rogue One. You know, go dark on it. Stop making it for children. Stop trying to wrap toy sales and video games into it. You're right, but this is my dream. I want them to take Star Wars and go dark with it, and let's give that a try.
Yeah, I agree. Look, I like the Christopher Nolan Batman trilogy. I like it. I certainly don't love it. I like the first one. Like is definitely the word. I really like the second one. Heath Ledger just really makes everything better. The third one's garbage. The third one is hot fucking garbage.
The Bane one?
Yeah, the Bane one. It makes no sense. You have to suspend so much disbelief that you might as well be watching like the older Batman movies, like Batman Forever and stuff, where he's fighting Arnold Schwarzenegger's Mr. Freeze and Uma Thurman's like Poison Ivy, and it's just absurd. Like I don't know if you remember, Mr. Freeze's henchmen are hockey players. Like they come out with sticks and skates, and there are goals set up. And guess what? Batman has go-go gadget skates in his boots, so he's prepared.
Yeah, that was a cool movie.
Yeah, if you're 8, which you probably were in 1994 or whenever that shit came out. Anyway, the third one is like that. There is this scene where Bane and his group of thugs have taken over Gotham City, which is just a stand-in for New York City. And they've got a nuclear device. I get it. So, like, maybe you can't assassinate Bane or the whole city goes pop. But there's that scene at the end where I think Batman, it's an all-out fight. So the bomb's out of play now.
Street brawl.
And we're gonna have a street brawl to determine like the future of Gotham.
Who
And
gets
no one has a gun and no one has a blade. You can go back to Gangs of New York and they're better armed than the 2014 Batman movie or whenever it was when they're having a street brawl. Gangs of New York, at least they're fucking bringing out clubs and blades and knives and shit. They went fisticuffs to determine the future of a city.
Yeah. And it was
I'm watching it like, what the fuck is this? We're going to have a fit. Does it matter who's
gun laws in Gotham? Maybe
very strict gun laws.
Yeah, as we all know, those prevent guns from even being present.
That's true. Also, did you notice
that guns are in New York City? There's plenty.
Thankfully, it wasn't a nuclear device free zone, but it was a gun free zone. So,
well, I'm sure they remedied that immediately. No more of this. Sign on that bill. Also, in that fighting brawl you're talking about, like everybody's running like it's 300 towards each other, and then like you'll see like guys from Bane's forces be like, I'm gonna run past people who passed me so I can pair up with the guy they told me to. Yeah. And it's like,
there's Mike, my stunt partner. Yeah. All right, come on, Mike, let's go.
And then it's just a bunch of one-on-one fights. And then like Batman, I think, just walks through and Bane's up there just like at the top of the stairs. Yeah, that was. And then like I remember the fight between Batman and Bane not making sense because they had wildly disparate like analysis of Bane's strength throughout the film, where it'd be like, damn, Bane is so strong he can pick up Batman by the neck and throw this 250-pound man with his metal suit on like a rag doll. Then other times it's like he's like holding his back while he bends over. Like it's not. It's just there's no consistency. And so then when you're watching them fight, it's like, oh no, there's no way for Batman to win. We already established he has to be a clever, sneaky guy to beat Bane. That's his tactic. It's fucking Batman. He doesn't go head on and clash with someone stronger than them. He figures the workaround, right? No, he just starts, and then suddenly, for the first time in the movie, it's like Bane and Batman are the exact same strength. And they're like trading blows.
Batman had started exercising in the hole.
That's true. That probably equaled up to, what is Bane's thing? He like stole it and now he's strong, or he injects
trenbolone. Breathing trenbolone. I'm going with that one. I like it. I'm always huffing. He just inhales trenbolone through that device.
In the cartoon, he had like. In the cartoon, he had like those tubes that like were running into his neck, and he could like pump more of that green shit like into his body, and it was almost like he was just inflating. He was just like
that was my favorite version of the action figure that I had. Didn't know anything about Bane in the universe as a kid. I just remember seeing him at the store and being like, "That guy rocks. He can take on all the Ninja Turtles at once." And so that's what he did. Beat the shit out of the Ninja Turtles. Beat the shit out of all of the Power Rangers too.
Yeah, I don't think you can take Power Rangers.
Oh, he destroyed the Power Rangers. And I know because I was God controlling it at the bottom of the stairs. You know, do you remember that? Like how action figures? No, you know, right. I got plenty of space right down there in my house to play. And
Kyle, he'll prove it if he has to. They can beat the Power Rangers.
You guys have like that same action figure toy thing where it would be like, dude, right now the Street Shark is my uber most favorite, and so he's gonna dominate Batman. He's gonna trash the Flash, like all of it. And then like after a while, it's like Shark Guy sucks now. Oh, Bane rocks. All right, Bane, you're my favorite. You're gonna start off by taking on the ex-champion, the Street Shark. Oh, and he's fucked up. Like, did you ever do that?
Oh yeah, I absolutely did that. I was 5, and I'm pretty sure you're talking about last Thursday. But I would have all my toys laid out in like A team and B team. And I had a bunch of those little green army men. And so those would make up the bulk of the force. But of course, they were the fodder. They're the front line soldiers. But then I also had like, you know, all your like a lot of DC heroes like Batman and stuff. And I definitely had Ninja Turtles and Power Rangers and maybe not Power Rangers because that hadn't happened yet. But I had Ninja Turtles, and I had the Ninja Turtle van that shot the pizzas out the side. That was fucking cool. Ooh, nice. It would get involved. And He-Man. I had a lot of He-Man shit.
Because you know, I remember like trying to shoehorn in like the Scooby-Doo gang in their mystery van, because I had the whole mystery van set I got for a gift, and it was a really cool van. But after like a couple play sessions, it was like, all right, this is now the Street Shark, you know, van. This is Shaggy's not getting anything done in these fights.
Like, Velma has gotten KO'd immediately, and every battle she's been in. This isn't going to
losing
work.
her glasses. Fred and fucking Dana or whatever the fuck are having sex in the back seat of the Mystery Mobile.
Yeah.
Which was heavily implied throughout
She
that
was
show.
hot. Yeah.
Yeah. Daphne, I think that was her name, right?
There
It was
definitely
heavily
a
implied they
Daphne.
were having sex in the back.
Not in the back there, but it was always because they were always a little touchy feely, and then the natural split up was like Daphne and Fred always went together, and they would make sure like Velma had to go do like her alone thing because she couldn't lose her glasses every episode if she had someone with her to pick them up right away. And then Scooby and Shaggy, obviously,
Shaggy.
and they, even though they're like the D team, they're the ones who always get results. Fred is all that Fred does is take credit at the end of the episode with the final reveal.
Yeah.
His dick's still wet from Daphne in the broom closet, and that high motherfucker Shaggy and the dog he blows smoke into the ear. They're the ones who really are finding the.
Yeah. Those are the ones who they were always stoned. Every time they'd come out of the van, there'd be a little puff of smoke following out behind them. It was great.
Like Scoob.
Yeah, I
I
did
watched
not.
I'm
get
old
that
enough
they
to have
were
watched the
stoners
Flintstones too.
when I was watching Scooby Doo as a kid. I did not know they were stoners. It's pretty clear now
Yeah.
that the
See,
Did you watch
their van? It's just like basically a pot leaf.
Did
Sorry,
you watch the Flintstones too?
yeah.
Oh,
you
at my
did.
grandparents' house.
I know
Oh.
you watched the Flintstones.
I didn't watch them. I liked more than the Flintstones. I liked the Jetsons.
I watched the Jetsons. I liked anything with
I
Bam
watched-
Bam. He was my favorite.
I like Bam Bam too. Yeah, I think he was also my favorite. I was a bit of a Bam Bam as a child. I was just running around breaking shit. I didn't wear as many clothes as Bam Bam did though.
I liked that
Yeah.
Bam Bam could
Snake.
beat anybody up. Like his
Yep.
father would get into trouble at work, and Bam Bam just like hanging people around. Like anytime his dad was about to get crushed, Bam Bam would take care of things.
How
I,
fucking old is that show?
And like, what a great marketing campaign. How did they go from, all right, we got this cartoon about these cavemen to vitamins.
Yeah,
Vitamins. That's our product. What, no, Dave, what are you talking about? We have a cartoon about cavemen. It's a comedy show. Come on, some toys maybe, or maybe how about a club that looks like Bam Bam's club? Kids will love that, right? Get them one of those little
The
leopard print
cars.
togas.
Right? With the
No.
stone wheels. No.
Vitamins.
They're still a thing,
Vitamins,
aren't they?
Dave.
they still sell.
Yes.
Flintstone
Fucking
vitamins.
Dirty was in the chat the other day eating half a bottle of them as he sat there. He got a super bad headache.
Yeah, you were telling them the whole time that that's not candy. It says it on the side that it's not candy. Like the only person
He's
who
like, the dosing for children 2 and up is and I'm like, he's like, I'm way over 2. He's like doing the math. It's like a 25-year-old man can take a dozen of these things apparently. Like, no, you know how much copper and like iron that is? Like, you're gonna get a headache.
yeah, you're gonna get way too much zinc, copper, and iron, and you're gonna get nauseous and feel like shit.
You're gonna shoot coppery loads.
Yeah, or it'll make you feel shitty and you won't shoot any loads at all. I don't know how the math works. I know
I
that
don't
copper
either.
and zinc like use the same reuptake system or chemicals or whatever. And so like if you take a ton, like way too much zinc, you could develop a copper deficiency or the other way around. But you'd have to do something as dumb as eating an entire container of Flintstone vitamins in one sitting
Who would do
in
that?
order to get that. Yeah.
So the load stack is moving along.
Ooh.
Taylor just needs to, after the show, obviously, we don't want to.
Oh yeah, I saw that pop up.
Stuff's been happening
Saw
like
that
mid-show, but Taylor just needs to settle on a label and they can begin production. I think Derek told me that we're looking at January for sure. Obviously, because it's taken so long to get the label going. That's the main thing that's been our holdup. I hope it does well because I have more ideas. I've been researching heavily. All right, first of all, there's a lot of compounds in the load stack. Like there's a lot at this point because I've done so much research and I keep finding new things and we just keep adding them. And Derek also, like he has friends who are like into biohacking and this thing. And they're like, oh no, yeah, I've been doing this thing for years and it works really well. And it's like, all right, we'll throw that in too. So like on the side, I've been looking at how to flavor your cum. And I have found a lot of interesting things. There are 2 products that already exist, and they are insanely expensive, like hundreds of dollars a month or something like that for one of them.
Mm.
Like, and I looked at the ingredients, and it's like, this is like $5 worth of shit they're selling for $150 a bottle. Like I'm not looking to rip anybody off. Like I just want my cum to
I think we can come in at $149.99.
Yeah,
I'm fucking.
Yeah, we're gonna undercut them by at least 1%. So because I don't know this for sure. I'll I don't know. Let's see. My text message says maybe I'll find out in a day or two what my cum tastes like. And but I think with like some of the other supplements that I'm taking, I was reading that like things like heavy metals, like not heavy metals, but metals like zinc, and iron, and I think a lot of supplements like that can cause like some flavor issues with cum. And they were like, oh, this makes it taste bitter, and this can make it taste sour, and this can make it taste like this, and like chalky. And I was like, oh, chalky. And there was like a lot of flavors that corresponded to various vitamins and minerals. But then they had a list of how to counteract each one. And it was like, this stuff gets rid of that zinky taste. This stuff right here, no more problem with all that copper you're taking in.
Perfect next step for us. First, we master how to make the load's volume as big as possible. And then we take that wonderfully voluminous load and we specify, we get into the DNA of it and make it taste exactly to your girlfriend's preference or your boyfriend's preference. We don't care as long as you're buying it. Or your preference. Beat off into your own mouth if you want and gauge your own reception. You know, Kyle, you should probably, for the sake of, making sure it's a valid and replicable test for semen taste, you should probably, at least a little.
She's coming.
Now, Kyle, I think you could get results back tonight if you were dedicated to the cause.
I can overnight a sample to you, Woody, and you could just get back to me.
No, once the temperatures change, that's just that's not going to be the same.
I mean, I wish I could. I wish that would work, but
you're tasting it like wine. You're like,
fuck, get me a sample.
You're doing that thing.
Girl. We'll get it done.
I'm a Camalier.
I think that's the product name.
Vanilla.
Camalier.
Notes of vanilla and chlorine.
Dude,
yes,
we need to have Camalier strawberry, Camalier coconut, whatever it is we can do.
It's like a waiter holding a glass full of cum.
You like smelling it first?
Ooh. So you want to let it
notes of honey,
right? I'm picturing a guy with a tux,
Pine.
Animated, a cartoon with the little butler tray and a dildo that's ejaculating. And it could be white for coconut, red for cherry. Maybe
red's
blood.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, if we can color our cum.
That just sounds festive.
FDA regulations as we can.
Ho, ho, ho. Right in time for Christmas. Red and green cum. Your girl will hate it.
Red and green cum. It's going to look like that AIM toothpaste with this.
Dude, that's the best toothpaste if you're a kid. When you see that shit. The only thing better than that as a kid, remember the bubble gum like toothpaste?
Yeah.
Vaguely.
That pink shit that tasted like bubble gum.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
How could that be good for you? Like, even as like a 6-year-old, I was like, this can't be the best thing for my dental hygiene.
Seems like there's sugar in my toothpaste, but all right.
I mean, it tastes good. Like this is literally. Am I brushing my teeth with candy right now? There's no way this is the best thing.
Yeah, I did not like the bubblegum flavor. As a kid, I liked the grape kind. I think that's what I.
There
used.
was grape toothpaste.
Yeah, they had chill. It was like Gorilla Grape toothpaste or something. It was a picture of a big ape on there. And it was like, man, monkeys brush their teeth. I better also.
I use baking soda toothpaste. No, it's charcoal. It's charcoal and baking soda. It's like
you don't still use that, do you?
Yeah.
You got to stop that charcoal shit. You know what that's doing, right? Like it's just a higher level of grit. And so it's like actually wearing away the outside enamel of your teeth. Like you don't want to use.
It's made by Colgate. It's not like I'm like grinding charcoal up in my backyard.
Oh no, I don't know. Like I know that, but over time, like you'll develop teeth sensitivity because it's scraping off little layers.
I'll be okay.
What is this? The whitening stuff you're talking about?
No, charcoal toothpaste. It was really big a few years back, and then people were like, "Yeah, this is causing sensitivity and grinding issues."
What does it do? Does it make your teeth whiter? Like, what's the upside?
Yeah, it makes your teeth a lot whiter because it's literally removing enamel.
And
like
bad enamel.
So you're saying it's whiter though?
Yes, to a point, and then it will become very painful and much darker.
Taylor,
I'm gonna
don't you get
replace
new
these in like 5
new
to 10
teeth
years
every couple
anyway.
of years anyway? It seems like you should
I'm
be on
rocking
board.
these. I've spent a couple of years on these teeth, on these chompers.
I know, but how long? What, every 10 years, 15 years, you get new teeth?
In the next like, it was this past time like 2 years ago, whatever it was, maybe almost 3, and then I'll switch them again to veneers in like 2 or 3 years or whenever these start falling out of my head, and then that will be the last time, like because veneers are fully permanent, unless like it.
But
Once again,
Right, knock one out.
Veneers are fully permanent? Like, you're a young guy. That you're saying they last 50 years?
Yeah, veneers last a long, long time, and I could always
Porcelain.
get them if I wanted to. Yeah, it's tougher than our teeth, so I think it is.
I like it. You going with aftermarket parts that are better than the factory things. I see where you're headed on this.
I mean, it wasn't a choice. I had to if I wanted to have teeth, but
It's
for having teeth.
there's
So
this
good.
race car mentality, right? Like first you make the engine stronger, and then you got to make the transmission stronger, then you got to make the rear end stronger. I feel like you have an aftermarket mandible, right? The muscles there. So now you got to make the teeth stronger. Before long, you'll do like a jawbone upgrade. Race.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to skip the veneers and go straight to like Jaws from James Bond,
Mhm.
sharpened iron interlocking teeth. I remember at the time seeing that guy and like I saw these movies when I was like 7, seeing him and being like, damn, that guy is so cool. I want to be just like him. Like I think in my head, I remember the thought being like, man, everybody respects that guy.
Biting as an offense is the worst. As a defense, sometimes opportunities present themselves, right? But imagine, Taylor, imagine you're going to fight someone who's like good at fighting, but your offense is limited to biting. It's the worst. You would get your ass kicked so bad.
We wouldn't be able to bite them. We have human mouths. We don't even have a snout. You got to get an angle to like hit a certain
You're
area.
leading with your nose and your chin in this fight. Like, this is a terrible
just
idea.
pushed into their belly fat trying to get
Best case scenario, you cut their hand when they punch you.
That's about right. I think that's about right.
Yeah.
How do you feel about the headbutt though?
Headbutt would be better for me.
I feel the headbutt is a good opening move,
Mm-hmm.
especially
I mean,
if you like do that move where you grab them by the collar and really pull and
Hammer
push
it.
at the same time.
I feel like it has some of the same drawbacks that the biting does. Like I feel like
this
if
is
other
so
people
hard.
but you're really exposing your face. I'll tell you
Cover
what,
your
back when headbutting was allowed in mixed martial arts, it wasn't used very much.
But I bet when it was,
Yes, because they're like squaring off first, and
Right.
the ref is like, "Are you ready? Are you ready?"
Mhm.
But in like a bar or something, if you could close distance with someone and actually grab them by the collar like that, first of all, they can't punch you. They're having to go around your arms like this. They're not going to have a lot on it. They can't like twist or pivot. Seems like you have like so much power. To
you know
like,
what I would do? Have you ever seen a giraffe fight? I would take all of
Yes.
my momentum and swing my head into it from the side like that. That might help. And they'll be so confused by nobody expects a telegraphed headbutt.
Actually, what is he
They'll think-
doing? He's
What is he
really
doing?
gotta. Yeah, I
And
don't
then
know much
before
about
we go,
headbutts.
broken.
I don't think I've ever fought in a fight that involved a headbutt, and I certainly haven't done any training that involves headbutts. I know nothing.
yeah,
But-
I don't know if I could headbutt properly, but I know I would. I know I would much rather get punched real hard than headbutted. real hard.
Yeah.
So the
Yeah.
headbutts I've seen in like real fights in like the UFC back when you could, guy would have like full mount or side control and he'd headbutt. But it seems like you could use elbows.
I'm
in
talking about that
situation.
I'm talking about that Boss Rutan headbutt that he talks about opening up fights with. And when he does it, just when he's talking about it, even like 50-year-old Boss Rutan, it looks so quick and powerful. He's just like, you just boom. It's just like, oh God, you
Yeah.
kill someone. And he's like talking about trying to hit the bridge of the nose with it.
Yeah, he'd be terrible to fight him. I have a guy who wrote in, and he gave his case for fighting baldness, like denying that it's happening. Do you want to hear this? It's about a minute-long read. I thought it was interesting.
Okay.
He kind of won me over on this. Like we had, all right. He lays it out. I don't need to preface it. Hey, Woody, big fan. In the newest episode, you said people who are balding should stop hiding it, and I wanted to offer you another perspective from someone who is balding. I'm going to say mid-20s, anonymize him a little bit now, and I first realized my bald spot when I was 17. It was devastating and took a huge hit to my confidence. I've always been well liked. I played varsity baseball and basketball in high school, and I was in a large top fraternity at an SEC college, so I went out to a lot of bars and parties. As you bald, your hair gets thinner, and it created a pretty bad look for my scalp, but I could get away with it using colored hair fiber to cover it up for the most part. Do you guys know about this colored hair fiber?
Are we talking about like a fiberglass type material that he is?
So I Googled it. I didn't know about this. It's called Topic. And this is I put like a bunch of things together because my Twitch chat says that I use this. But I will. This is the website. I'm trying to give people a little bit of background on what he used because it's relevant to the story. And so what I thought people used was like a spray paint almost that like went around the hairs and made each hair thicker, which it gives like a bit of volume. But these are little hair fibers that you seem to shake into your head, and it kind of looks like regular hair. It looks pretty good in the videos anyway.
Dude.
So if it rains, does it come off? Or if you get wet?
Yes.
Yes. You get a Rudy Giuliani. If you scroll down, Taylor, it looks like a salt shaker full of cocoa powder.
I see it. And it, for a second, I thought those were little bits of hair, but that's probably not right.
They
That's
kind
just
of
cocoa
are. So it looks like cocoa powder in that picture. I'm with you, Kyle. But I've seen it under more magnification, and they're very short strands of hair that I guess kind of attached to your hair, like get caught up in your own hair. And
oh, it does say rain and wind resistant, but not proof.
They don't. Yeah.
So let me read
I'm
this
rain and wind resistant. What does that even fucking mean?
He
One of those words.
Let me keep reading because he talks a little bit about water. Okay, so let's see. It gets thinner. It's a bad look for my scalp, and I could get away with it using a colored hair fiber to cover it up for the most part. But you don't always have that stuff in your hair, and with thinning hair, it looks terrible after waking up in the morning or after a long day of sweating. It's often easier just to wear a baseball hat than to maintain. A strong wind or going out underwater like at a lake could ruin your hair until you shower again. That's why men often cover it with baseball caps or I guess beanies. Doctors don't recommend hair transplants for anyone under 25 because you won't know the extent of how much farther back your hairline or bald spot will be in a couple of years as it worsens. This didn't ruin my social life in college, and I was able to get away with it wearing a cap or hair fibers for events, and I never got much flack for it. Now at 24, it's getting worse, and I pretty much accepted I'll have to shave it by 26 or so, unless it magically stops falling out soon. I do use medication, which has slowed the balding. I worked in an office before COVID, and my mind constantly races if someone's standing behind me. Even with the bright lights, they can probably tell the hair fibers. So I pretty much accepted that even after I got a hair transplant, I don't like my prone to look bad hair. So that's why I plan to shave it. I'm just not ready yet. So I wear a baseball hat unless I've showered, and I put in the hair fibers, which I don't do anymore since I work from home. So I hope this helps you understand why we don't just shave and just try to hide it. When I've recently showered and the hair fibers are in, I look decent. I believe far better overall than if I were to be bald. So I'm just not ready. But if you saw me in the morning with no hair fibers, it would look awful. That's his take on it. And
I didn't even know this was an approach.
Derek just did a video like yesterday called like the nuclear option for hair loss. And it's like all these like he's like it's tons of like medications and drugs that's like a lot of side effects. Some bad ones. Actually, this is what you would give to chemically castrate someone. It's like all sorts of like nuclear options for hair loss. It was an interesting video.
There was I don't want to get it wrong. Maybe one of the Try guys got hair restoration surgery and something. Does this sound right?
I think I've heard something about that. I've never seen the content.
So it's not a secret. The guy made a video about his hair restoration and how it damaged his own self-confidence. And then he got this back and he feels much better about himself, which I'm all on board with. Knock yourself out. I want to get rid of this stigma. I feel like if women had hair restoration surgery, it would just be like, yeah, a lot of women get it when they're 25. It's just a thing they do. Dude, you guys, you listeners who are 23 years old might not realize pretty much every girl starts dyeing her hair the second she gets her first gray. Every girl who's over like 25 dyes her hair. They don't have even one gray usually. And if women lost hair, I feel like it'd be super normal for them to have like anti-hair losing stuff. But
Definitely.
But amongst guys, you're supposed to just tough it out.
There's nothing. I don't think there's anything wrong with him using this stuff. Like,
no,
if he likes it, go for it. There's nothing wrong with it.
I wouldn't do anything visual like that, like a cream or like a spray or like the little fake hair fibers. But I would definitely look into like pills or like finasteride or minoxidil.
So this guy's situation in particular, system, where he couldn't get restoration surgery because he's too young. They don't like you to get hair. What they do is they take hair from the back of your head and put it on the top. I guess the roots one at a time. And but you don't do that at like 22 because I guess you're still balding. Yeah. You're still figuring out where you're headed. So if this is a bridge for you, knock yourself out. I don't know.
It could be the same explanation I got for LASIK, which when I was his age and for, his balding started at 17. My eyesight worsening started at 6, I think. And so like all the time I was like, can't wait to get
6 good years.
Yeah. No, I didn't have 6 good years. It was, why can't Taylor read off the chalkboard? And I was like, I can't see it. And they're like, what do you mean you can't see it? And it's like,
was it like that scene
to the blackboard? And then they did, and they're like, he's still not like writing or reading any of the stuff on the board. And they took me to the doctor, and like immediately, like, oh, this motherfucker doesn't know what's being written.
I just imagine it's like that scene from My Left Foot. You ever seen My Left Foot with Daniel Day-Lewis?
No, but you've told me to. It's like when
it's true story, and he's got, I believe it's cerebral palsy. Forgive me if I'm wrong, but like whatever it is, he's like severely handicapped to the point where he can only use his left foot like with any precision. And as like a young boy, like I don't know, 5, 6, 7, 8, he just lays on the floor. They just leave him laying on the floor because they don't know what to do with him, and they think that he's mentally retarded. And like one night, like the mother is like teaching the other children like some basic arithmetic or ABCs or something like that, and the chalk falls on the floor, and he gets the chalk with his left foot, and like I can't remember exactly what he does, but he like solves the math problem or something. He like writes he like solves the math problem with his foot, and his father, who's like working class, I don't remember what, coal mine or whatever, is just like, my boy is in there. And he like runs to the bar with like his little boy on his back, and he's like, this is my boy. This is my boy. And it's just like, it's super powerful.
Before that, the dad's like, that fucking waste of space over
there. He thought his son wasn't in there. He didn't think he had a son, really. He just had.
Well, I guess I was just like the My Left Foot guy, if that's where you're going.
That's exactly where I was going. I was asking if your parents thought you were retarded.
No, they thought that I was misbehaving in class. Well, they did.
What if you'd lived the first 6 or 7 years of your life, and they thought that you were they thought you were retarded?
They knew I was badly behaved sometimes, so I'd run around all the time. But then they also, it wasn't because I was retarded. They put me, and I've said this many times in the show, so I'll keep it short. They put me in like the learning to read for slow kids class, where like while the other kids went to do something, did their reading, like me and 2 other people. And I've said before, like I got in this class, and like immediately I'm like, I do not belong here in this class.
All right, kids, put your drill rags on. Wait, what?
Dude, but like you say all the vowels, starburst. You don't get candy in that class. I stayed in that class for a good bit until it was like that may have been my first like academic dread, is like, someday I'm gonna have to leave this candy class. Because like the reason they put me in there is because I just tried to memorize all the stories in the books instead of learning how to read. And so I would just like say what the story was, and they'd be like, no, you're talking like, you just said a boy rode a bike. That's not this story. Like, and so I got caught, and so then they sent me to that class, and I stopped trying to memorize it.
At what point did they send you to the optometrist?
Right? That was actually the year after. That was first grade. I think I was like beginning of first grade. So you're 6. That's when I first got my contacts and glasses.
How could they be so like misguided? Like, how did no one notice that you were
some
essentially blind?
incompetent parenting to not figure out that your kid can't see.
Parenting and teaching.
I'm exaggerating with like the couldn't read because like my eyesight was just starting to get bad, but it was like to read stuff or like try, I would have to get closer than other kids. Like I couldn't.
Yeah, that's how you notice.
Tricky thing to pick up on. I can see how no one got that. That's a
as soon as they
nut to crack. Nancy Drew, come over and solve that mystery.
How many baseballs did you eat to the mouth playing t-ball before someone? Not only is he retarded, terrible hand-eye coordination.
Yeah. That's ridiculous.
I guarantee that scared my dad a lot when I was little. It was like
I think about Colin.
Baseball, I was terrible. Soccer, I was terrible.
Him with hearing specialists, vision specialists, like everything, just to make sure we got everything checked out. See what we could do for him. You over there, just
the ball's right over there, Taylor. I can actually see that, but I don't want it. I'm going to keep. I remember my dad would be like, "Can you just stop playing with bugs in the outfield? Like, can you just stand there and play?"
Oh, mine would scream. Mine would scream from the bleachers. Just pay attention. Oh yeah, punching my glove. Let's go Tigers. Oh, don't play. Oh, it's another bug. No, don't look at the bug. Don't look at the bug.
Don't look at the bug. It's more interesting than the ball, but don't look at the bug. I remember like my dad's like one of his happiest days of his life was like, because I would rollerblade like in my basement all the time, like with a hockey stick and play that just for fun before they had like hockey leagues. And they got me in a roller league when I was 6, which is like, I think the earliest you could start hockey on roller at 6 years old. And I was really good at that because I had been skating my whole life. And like, I'd been playing against like the few friends of mine that could skate. And like, I remember him, like when I would score and stuff, being like, oh, woo, like, because that was before I played goalie. And he was like, we got something for him. And then my younger brother, not the youngest, but my younger one is like all-star fucking athlete at everything. Like at the one thing I got to a higher level and competed at a higher level of hockey than him, but he was better at football. He was better at baseball. He was better at soccer. He was better at fucking probably tennis, probably all of it. But yeah, felt good when I was like, oh, now my dad's not going to have to be secretly ashamed of me while I'm catching baseballs to the face.
Yeah.
I saw, if we're moving on from that, I saw a movie, a brand new one, so I won't spoil it. We talked about it recently, Fat Man, the Christmas movie.
I was just talking to my dad about that. Yeah,
with Mel Gibson in it.
How is it?
It's like, if you go into it knowing it's like it's going to be like a tongue-in-cheek, silly, but also, kind of intense Christmas movie, you'll like it. So Mel Gibson does really good. He's a good actor. Walter
Goggins.
Walter Goggins. He's like the assassin, the like high tech like fighter guy. He's tremendous in it. I really like him a lot more. Even
always is.
He is really good. And so I don't want to give away too much, but I won't say anything actually. It's really fucking good. My girlfriend didn't like it as much because she's like, I thought this was going to be way less violent. And no, it's like, people are like, how Die Hard's technically a Christmas movie, even though it's shooting and violence, that like old meme. This is so much more violence than Die Hard. And much more intimate level violence. Like Die Hard, a lot of just, firing over this way. Oh, I'm ducking back in the room. Oh, firing back over that. But you're not seeing like
Where'd
the death
you
as much.
see it?
Like this, I bought it or I rented it off Amazon. It was like $7 or something. Yeah, just last night my girlfriend and I watched it. It was pretty good. The Mel Gibson isn't nearly fat enough to be Santa, but like when people like, I'll just say, like when people find him and wherever he is trying to kill him, trying to shut him down to finally get Santa, he's got like the intimidating like posture of like, you think you're the first who've tried. Like that kind of thing. And it's really funny. Like the little like supernatural things they give Santa where like some heavy thing falls over. This is an important story point, but like these two guys are like, like trying to lift it. And he's like, 1 second, boys, just this fat old man just right away. So it's like, all right, Santa's got super strength and super longevity. So he's like in some way a superhero in this. Yeah. So it's really good. You'll like it. I think you'll both like it.
Rotten Tomatoes says it's bad. I hope you're right and they're wrong. We'll see.
Well, I mean, they're always going to trash Mel Gibson movies. He has punched his ticket in Hollywood. Reviewers are not going to give his movies a good review.
I wanted the blowjob before the jacuzzi.
Before the jacuzzi. I hope you're raped by a pack of brutal voice.
I left my water bottle at my dad's house when I went to visit him. So I quit. Like literally on the drive home, I Amazoned a new one. I like this one better. This is
Do they have a
iron flask.
noisier one? Maybe with like a cowbell?
This is actually the Maraca.
Did you ever get those ball bearings in?
Yes, I like to fill it with ball bearings. That way, when I'm alone, I can give myself a little mood music. No, this is the iron flask. And the difference between this one that I like is it's got like a carabiner
Yeah.
type clip, and obviously it's got the sippy straw thing. But unlike my other one that you had to like tip back, this one's got like a straw, which
Nice.
I prefer. So yeah, I don't know. Keeps my water cold all fucking day. It's 40 ounces, so I fill it up 3 times. It's a good water bottle. I like it.
You think the straw's better?
Yeah, I like not having to tip it back because I do put ice in there, as you can tell. And sometimes when I would tip it back, the ice would like clog the hole, and I would be like trying to get water out, and I couldn't. But with
The thing about the straw is it's either unclean or very difficult to clean.
Here's the thing.
Okay.
Maybe
Probably
this
only
is
drink water out of it.
maybe this is dirty, but I don't wash these. I just keep refilling them.
I don't even know
Yeah.
if that's dirty.
That's not even dirty. You're just drinking. Do you drink anything but water out of that?
No, it's water.
See, it's just water.
I just keep filling
That
it with water.
assumes we purely bring the water in, right? Let's say it was an Nalgene bottle, right? A simpler tip thing. Don't you think a little bit of spittle gets back? It's not perfect.
I'm
Well,
really good at drinking.
I mean, it gets rinsed out every time. Like when I get more water, I sort of like do a little like swishy swish dump, and then throw 10 ice cubes in, fill it the rest with water. I do
This
that 3
time
times a
there's
day.
straw. So
Yeah,
then again, you could argue that it gets flushed every time you drink from it. you know?
Kyle drinks like a kid drinks, where he wraps his lips around the whole thing and dumps like. Have you ever seen that? Well, I'm sure you have, Woody, with kids, where like you see him tip a soda and you see like the level go down and then the level go back up because half a mouthful of soda just tips back up.
they haven't mastered drinking fluids yet.
No,
Yeah.
no, they got to keep them on straws for a while. Or
I want to see
nipple.
Fat Man.
Yeah, I don't want to overhype it, but it kept me engaged the whole time, and it was a lot more killing than I
On
thought
the
there would
opposite, I'm watching Vice. Do you know this movie?
be. Is it new? Vice?
Call it a year or two old. I think it's Christian Bale who plays Dick Cheney.
Oh, I heard about this.
Amazingly, he plays him. He is Dick Cheney. He gets like hunchbacked. He got fat. Christian Bale is one of those guys who does body transformations as an actor. He's fat. He looks so much like Dick Cheney. And I guess I'm learning things. I hope this movie's accurate because I'm taking it as mostly true that I didn't know. Like the fact that he's like how he did so well in his political career. He's loyal to the right extent, but not over so and not under so. He doesn't talk too much, doesn't run his mouth, doesn't say the wrong thing ever. He thinks a lot more than he speaks. And I don't know, you just get to sort of learn what this guy's about. And they don't portray him as a benevolent politician. Dick Cheney in this movie is portrayed as sort of a calculating, power-grabbing, hungry kind of politician. Yeah. And, look, so it's like the acting is top. Steve Carell plays Rumsfeld very, very well. I thought of him as an actor who, got his start under Jon Stewart and then had some funny films. I didn't know his acting chops were this good.
Really good.
I didn't know. I didn't appreciate Philip Seymour Hoffman until after he died. Then I'm like, man, he did kill every second he was on TV, didn't he?
Yeah.
Steve Carell? I think it's Carell.
Carell, yeah.
He's a really good just actor. He acts well. And like this cast is so amazing. I saw Condoleezza Rice briefly and I'm like, oh my God, she did great too. It wasn't her, the actress that played her.
Yeah.
But the subject matter is a little boring. Even as a guy who follows politics like I do, I'm just like, yeah, it's like Rise
Is the
to-
part where he shoots his friend in there?
I haven't gotten to it yet. I haven't gotten to that part yet. There's a little bit of timeline bouncing back and forth. I'm not sure if it'll be there. But yeah, it's I don't know, I'm watching Vice. I'll finish it. If nothing else, I'm blown away by the acting. It's just not a story about evil Santa or anything. It's naturally entertaining.
Yeah,
It
yeah, I
sounds
feel you. I'll probably watch Fat Man later tonight. I'm gonna play some zombies as soon as we get done here.
Nice.
But yeah, I've been wanting to see that, and I think I will. I liked my dad with that goddamn Direct TV. I wish I could find a way to like share shows with him. I'm thinking about buying some DVDs for him for Christmas or some Blu-rays.
What would you get him?
You know, I just finished watching that show Justified on Hulu a few weeks ago, and I think he might actually like that because it's kind of like a Southern TV show, a lot of like redneck actors in it, and it's fun that they poke fun of that. And it's in Kentucky, and but he also likes like Westerns, and it's a bit of a Western in a way. Like, you know, it's this gun-toting, cowboy hat wearing Marshal. It kind of reminds me of Gunsmoke a little bit.
Does he watch Longmire on Netflix?
He
Doesn't have Netflix. He doesn't have the internet.
He has the
Oh, I
internet.
forgot.
It's just bad, right? That was about to
It's
ask.
off.
Man.
Well, he just turned it off. Like, it was so spotty and so poor that he was just like, enough. Like,
But it
like,
works
I
what's the
got
point?
Tinder. I guess his phone's probably better.
Yeah, just LTE.
Oh yeah, 'cause that's his network. But like when I got my grandpa's Netflix set up and everything for him, like we were in the kitchen talking to my grandma or something, and I come in and he's like switched back to regular TV and he's watching Longmire, this Western show that's now on Netflix on like A&E. And I'm like, oh, do you like Longmire? He's like, yeah, I like Longmire. It's on at 7, like once a week. I'll pop in and check it out. And I'm like, Grandpa, just let me show you real quick. And I go back to Netflix and I'm like, look at this. Longmire, 7 seasons. He's like, all 7 seasons of Longmire on there. And I can just sit and watch any one of them. And I was like, yeah, any Longmire. He's like, well, shit. And he's like, he's like so excited to be like, I can watch Longmire whenever I want now. Like, instead of popping in halfway through an episode. Like, it's,
Yeah.
I can't deal with. Well, one, I want to choose when I watch it. Right, that's like a mandatory thing. And two, I don't like ads at all. Hulu thinks I pay for Hulu. What happened is I paid for ESPN Plus, then I got Disney Plus. It turns out you add Hulu and it's the same price. So I have the bad Hulu subscription with ads. I watch it 0 minutes a year. Never. I will not watch an ad. Fuck
yeah.
I have
Just bump up the
professional grade
extra
Hulu, and it's awesome. I'm watching Hulu right now. What's the? I'm watching Letterkenny. I fucking love Letterkenny.
That is, it's the dialogue is so unnatural that
It
I
grows
can't
on
watch
you.
more than a bit of it.
It grows
Like-
on you. If you got a problem with Canadian gooses, you got a problem with me. You better let that one marinate.
Yeah. Well, I like the hockey references and the Canada references. Like I like it. It's just like there's something about it that it wears on me quickly. Like I like The Simpsons, South Park, King of the Hill, Family Guy. I could watch 10 episodes of any of those in a row and be like, oh man, episode 10, there's a really funny moment. That one, I'm not totally tired of it. I can't imagine watching 10 episodes of Letterkenny in a row.
You know,
the opposite is Taylor. Like, I really like the dialogue. The dialogue is the show's strength. But
Yep.
what else is it about exactly? Guy fighting neighbors or something?
I like that. So
Like,
I only like it when
Yeah,
it's about Wayne. I don't like when they cut to like the group of like goths or whatever, and that one kid that looks like Tom Cruise when he's young, like just fucking hanging out in their basement doing weird shit. I don't like any of that.
Yeah,
I
like
don't
that.
even like the hockey players. I find them annoying. I
They're
like
not
Wayne. I just want it to be like they'll show like
And his
2
friends. I
minutes
like
of
his
Wayne.
sister. I like
I like
his
the
fat
fat one.
friend. Yeah.
I like the core group.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like Squirrely Dan and Wayne and his sister and the other guy. I do like when they get in fights. It's awesome. They're always getting in fights. It's fun. I love that he's always got the same mannerism. Like when he's going to get in a fight, he's just like he's rolling up his sleeves as he's walking.
I like
into
it when he gets
battle.
into fights too. And it's there's never any question who's going to win. It's
No,
like he
he's
has
the
a
toughest guy in
super-
Letterkenny.
Yeah, he's the toughest guy in Letterkenny. And other people want to go and measure themselves and see if maybe they're the toughest guy. And they are not. I don't believe. Are there any close fights?
I don't know. I haven't watched.
I'm
as much
giving
time.
that water bottle 2 thumbs down. Just saying.
Yeah.
It's a
Drink much, idiot.
Yeah, Kyle, do you have a drinking problem? Kyle, do you have a drinking problem? You an incompetent drinker?
It's like they have a drink.
Yeah.
The first time I saw Airplane, I wasn't even old enough to understand an alcohol drinking problem, and I was just like, "Oh, because you can't drink right." I was too
I
young.
inhaled some water. So there's one where the guy sucker punches Wayne and knocks him out, and then they have to take care of that. And it's funny. I was talking about this kind of earlier. The guy shows up and he's like, "Yeah, you suckered me, bud." He's like, "Yeah, I suckered you. So let's shake hands. We'll be even. Then we'll fight again. Rubber match." He's like, "All right, good deal." He goes to shake hands with the guy, and Wayne pulls him in close, headbutts him, and knocks him unconscious, and then walks away. It's great.
Now we're even. Yeah.
Did they do a rubber match?
Actually, no. That was enough because the guy was just
Dead.
He knew he couldn't beat Wayne anyway. They're trying to save the Canadian gooses, which is what they call them, and they're putting out coyote decoys to scare the goosey and they're to scare the gooses, and they're like, these do scare the gooses, but there ain't no coyote that want anything to do with a Canadian goose. No, sir. If those Canadian gooses ever made it to Africa, the lions would have a hard time with them. That's right. They run them right out. The only thing that wants anything to do with a Canadian goose is a Canadian moose. They're just all about Canadian gooses. The whole episode is them just repeating the same lines about the Canadian gooses.
I hate Canadian gooses.
They love them.
They're so mean.
They're sitting there pontificating on whether or not ants could ride a sea-doo.
If there were enough of them.
And they're sitting there having this long drawn out discussion about whether ants could ride a sea-doo or not. And they're like, they're really just they live in a colony, they work together, they support their queen. They're a hop, skip, and a jump away from human beings if you really think about it. If they made a tiny jet ski for an ant, I think he could ride a sea-doo. They call them sea-doos.
Sea-doo?
I think he could ride a sea-doo. Well, he ain't got no opposable thumbs, so you'd have a problem right there. You'd have to get him a little foot pedal. Yeah. And then the one guy's like, I don't know what I would think of an ant who left his colony to go riding sea-doos. And they're like, well, hold it right there, bud. Imagine yourself. You've been working hard for your colony. All of a sudden, a scientist shows up outside and says, "Hey, we want you to be the first ant to ride a sea-doo. We've got it right here. You telling me you're not going to go ride that sea-doo? Damn right you're going to go ride that sea-doo. You're going to be a legend. They're going to be singing songs about you for generations. You're the first ant to ever ride a sea-doo."
You get to fuck.
I'm sorry. I spoke without thinking. Apology accepted.
See, yeah.
Just so stupid.
Those little dialogues are my favorite. The rest of the plot, not much to it. I don't know.
Yeah. It's a show that I wanted to like more than I actually liked it.
I'm digging it. I'm watching season 5 right now. That's where that episode came from. It was really funny. It was great. Just random bullshit they're talking about. Little weird traditions that are just, some of them are just little known Canadian traditions, but some of them are just made up. Mm-hmm. They do some sort of super hard Easter egg hunt, where one person it rotates which one hides the Easter eggs, and you can't drink until you find them all. It's
that's not a fun game.
Yeah.
They're always boozing on that show from I think the season I've seen.
Oh, they're always wasted, but they can't drink until they find all the eggs. So they're all that's really wanting to find those eggs.
So otherwise they'll get wasted and not care about the eggs.
Yeah.
I guess that makes sense. They clearly had one year where they didn't have that rule and they didn't find all the eggs.
Probably.
They had to workshop it. Just like we're workshopping Load Stack. Right now.
My workshop is complete. I added I've added 2 new things since last we talked. That I did a little research and they seem to work. Yeah. One of them I have been using.
Oh, don't blow your load on the show. You can tell us the
of course not. And the other one I ordered and it's on the way. At this point, the amount of pills I take daily is shocking. If I said the number, you wouldn't believe me.
And a surprising percentage of them is just about cum volume.
Yes. I think I'm taking a dozen pills a day for cum.
This is
I'm not even
sorely needed product.
It's the way God intended.
We are filling a void that needed to be filled.
We're going to be filling a lot of voids by proxy.
Well played. I like it.
There we go.
What business would you guys start if you wanted to have a post-gig economy income like Matt did?
Prostitution ring.
Yeah, that's never going to die. It's probably the safest thing. Well,
Prostitution and
Start it in a
marijuana,
legal place.
same place in Nevada.
That'd be good.
How would you get
Yeah.
Johns?
I don't know.
Oh, people,
Billboards?
guys
They
who
just
want to
show
fuck,
up. It's
they'll just
legal.
Google search it. Yeah.
If you're Google searchable, don't the police Google you? Am I being
It's
crazy?
legal.
It's legal in Nevada in some counties. And so,
Oh.
and because of like the few amount of people who have brothels open, like how much money are you spending on SEO to get yourself included there? And all the searches are going to be hyper specific. Like it'll
That's where
sell
they're fucking
itself.
up.
Yeah.
We'd be, if we were all in a whorehouse right now doing our show from there, I think it would be good advertising, don't you?
Yeah,
Tremendous advertising.
Be a fuck show every show.
I would. Yeah,
Yeah. It could be a new bit. All right, for the next 5 minutes, you have to vote and guess who's getting their dick sucked of the three of us.
Yeah, we all try to act like we're not.
Doing this show.
It was Kyle. Okay.
Oh, there's another Kyle.
Faked him out again. Taylor was Taylor.
It was me. I took reverse blue chew. I'm not even hard. Perfect focus for the show.
I upped my blue chew to the 9 milligram pill. I
That's
didn't
an
know that
odd
could be done.
increment. I thought it'd be 5 or 10.
They went right. I'm not complaining.
Mm.
Not at all. 6 to 9 though. They went 6. Oh, 6 to 9. Okay.
Now it all makes sense.
Now it all makes sense.
So why did you up your your daily blue chew regimen?
Because I was just taking one and then biting another in half every day anyway, and then it was just like, holy shit! I can just buy a pill that is the correct dosage that that my doctor recommended.
It's to lower blood pressure. Is that the deal? Like,
It's a vasodilator. It does lower blood pressure. It also, makes your dick hard, which is nice.
Yes, that's a side effect of it.
what's vasodilator really mean? Makes your veins bigger?
Veins bigger. Yeah, more blood pumping faster. Red blood pumping fast.
So it gives you, there's like less back pressure on the pumping, and you basically just have better veins.
Yep.
And I always thought it was a volume thing. I'm like, well, don't you eventually just get more blood and then you have the same compression you did before? But it's more like a back pressure thing, like a restrictive exhaust, maybe on a motor.
Exactly. And you'll also get a better pump in the gym. You'll be more vascular if you're looking for that sort of thing.
That's smart. I'm going to start doing that.
Huh. But does that help you get gains in the gym?
Forcing more blood into muscle tissue.
Makes them perform better, perhaps? No?
It makes them makes you gain more muscle fibers on recovery. You're doing more damage to that muscle fiber, and you're also carrying more nutrients into the muscle fiber.
Okay. All right. I didn't really get it before. I just heard it's a vasodilator, and then was I supposed to connect all those dots myself because that didn't add that?
Do you ever take any pre-workouts or anything?
No. I used to, but I didn't find it to be that. I don't know. For me, I didn't think it did anything. It might have been the wrong things. It might have just been an energy type thing, not like.
Yeah, there's some of them that have
rest of the
stimulants and
package.
some that don't, and some that have beta alanine, which just, as Derek says, makes your butthole itchy.
Oh. I might not
It
have
has,
had
like,
that one.
Like normal doses has no performance enhancing at all. It just makes you itchy. So you're like, oh, that shit I took works. I can feel it. And it's just like, yeah, it's just making you itchy, man.
That's
bother with
the worst supplement ever. Just
It's the worst.
It's going
itchy
to make you
is.
so itchy you want to lift. No, it's going to distract me from lifting.
Whenever my wife dislikes someone, she curses them. Like, I hope he gets itchy. That's her. That's her go-to.
That's her curse.
Yeah.
That's some white magic
Usually-
at best.
I'll say AIDS.
Damn, Taylor, you're playing hardball.
Yeah, well, I don't want them to itch.
I usually go with trapped underneath a burning car. Yeah.
And
And
suffer longer if they're trapped underneath a not burning car.
well, see the gas. See, that's the thing. It's a bit of psychological torture too, because in my curse, I always mention that the gas tank has been punctured and is slowly dripping onto them. And there's a small fire right over there, and they can't do anything to stop the puddle of gasoline from slowly getting to the spark.
I think this happened in that Batman movie you were roasting earlier.
I wouldn't be surprised. It's probably happened in 50 movies. It's a real trope.
Whenever
Yeah.
I take a long time to kill someone in Tarkov, I explain that was my motivation. I wanted him to die terrified. I shot left of
I've
him,
done that
right
too.
of him. That guy died a horrible death. Much worse than if I had headshotted him.
Yeah, I've been playing Tarkov with Larry and the boys before, and like I'm like, I see a guy, bang, 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 bang. They're like, did you get him? Like, no, I just scared the shit out of him, though. He won't be a problem for a while. He's hunkered down.
Yeah, I've had many
And
an
it's the
opponent
truth, because
die.
like if you've ever been like solo, like walking around, it's all quiet in Tarkov, and all of a sudden, pop, 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 and the bullets are ricocheting. You're like, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck.
Yeah, and usually you can identify if the guy's in a team. You know, like you just do. You either see a couple of them, or you hear multiple footsteps, and you don't give away any information you don't have to. Hunker down.
Yeah, it's scary as fuck to get shot at in that game.
Yeah.
All right, well, it was a good show. I enjoyed our
Thought
guest
so,
this
too.
week.
Yep.
Links down below for him. Links down below for our Patreon. If you want to see the upcoming fuck show, now would be a good time to sign up. I think because it's the beginning of the month, so you're getting the whole month ahead of you, as far as I understand. Yeah, I enjoyed it.
Any outros?
Nope, we are good.
PKA 520.